Pictures from Italy by Charles Dickens. Narrated by Ant Richards. The Reader's Passport. If the readers of this volume will be so kind as to take their credentials for the different places which are the subject of its author's reminiscences from the author himself, perhaps they may visit them in fancy the more agreeably and with a better understanding of what they are to expect. Many books have been written upon Italy, affording many means of studying the history of that interesting country and the innumerable associations entwined about it. I make but little reference to that stock of information, not at all regarding it as a necessary consequence of my having had recourse to the storehouse for my own benefit, that I should reproduce its easily accessible contents before the eyes of my readers. Neither will there be found in these pages any grave examination into the government or misgovernment of any portion of the country. No visitor of that beautiful land can fail to have a strong conviction on the subject. But as I chose when residing there, a foreigner, to abstain from the discussions of any such questions with any order of Italians, so I would rather not enter on the inquiry now. During my 12 months' occupation of a house at Genoa, I never found that authorities constitutionally jealous were distrustful of me, and I should be sorry to give them occasion to regret their free courtesy, either to myself or any of my countrymen. There is probably not a famous picture or statue in all Italy that could be easily buried under a mountain of printed paper devoted to dissertations on it. I do not therefore, though an earnest admirer of painting and sculpture, expatiate at any length on famous pictures and statues. This book is a series of faint reflections, mere shadows in the water, of places to which the imaginations of most people are attracted in a greater or less degree, on which mine has dwelt for years, and which have some interest for all. The greater part of the descriptions were written on the spot, and sent home from time to time in private letters. I do not mention the circumstance as an excuse for any defects they may present, for it would be none, but as a guarantee to the reader that they were at least penned in the fullness of the subject, and with the liveliest impressions of novelty and freshness. If they have ever a fanciful and idle air, perhaps the reader will suppose them written in the shade of a sunny day, in the midst of the objects of which they treat, and will like them none the worse for having such influences on the country upon them. I hope I am not likely to be misunderstood by professors of the Roman Catholic faith on account of anything contained in these pages. I have done my best in one of my former productions to do justice to them, and I trust in this they will do justice to me. When I mention any exhibition that impressed me as absurd or disagreeable, I do not seek to connect it or recognize it as necessarily connected with any essentials of their creed. When I treat of the ceremonies of the Holy Week, I merely treat of their effect, and do not challenge the good and learned Dr. Wiseman's interpretation of their meaning. When I hint a dislike of nunneries for young girls who abjure the world before they have ever proved or known it, or doubt the ex officio sanctity of all priests and friars, I do no more than many conscientious Catholics both abroad and at home. I have likened these pictures to shadows in the water, and would fain hope that I have nowhere stirred the water so roughly as to mar the shadows. I could never desire to be on better terms with all my friends than now, when distant mountains rise once more in my path. For I need not hesitate to avow that, bent and correcting a brief mistake I made not long ago in disturbing the old relations between myself and my readers, and departing for a moment from my old pursuits, I am about to resume them joyfully in Switzerland, where, during another year of absence, I can at once work out the themes I have now in my mind without interruption, and while I keep my English audience within speaking distance, extend my knowledge of a noble country inexplicably attractive to me. This book is made as accessible as possible because it would be a great pleasure to me if I could hope through its means to compare impressions with some among the multitudes who will hereafter visit the scenes described with interest and delight. And I have only now in passport wise to sketch my reader's portrait, which I hope may be thus superstitiously traced for either sex. Complexion, fair. Eyes, very cheerful. Nose, not supercilious. Mouth, smiling. Visage, beaming. General expression, extremely agreeable. Going through France. On a fine Sunday morning in the midsummer time and weather of 1844, it was, my good friend, when, don't be alarmed, not when two travellers might have been observed slowly making their way over that picturesque and broken ground by which the first chapter of a middle-aged novel is usually attained, but when an English travelling carriage of considerable proportions, fresh from the shady halls of the Pantechnicon near Belgrave Square, London, was observed by a very small French soldier, for I saw him look at it, to issue from the gate of the Hotel Meurice in the Rue Rivoli at Paris. I am no more bound to explain why the English family, travelling by this carriage, inside and out, should be starting for Italy on a Sunday morning, of all good days in the week, that I am to assign a reason for all the little men in France being soldiers, and all the big men postilions, which is the invariable rule. But they had some sort of reason for what they did, I have no doubt. And their reason for being there at all was, as you know, that they were going to live in fair Genoa for a year, and that the head of the family purposed, in that space of time, to stroll about wherever his restless humour carried him. And it would have been small comfort to me to have explained to the population of Paris generally that I was that head and chief, and not the radiant embodiment of good humour who sat beside me in the person of a French courier, best of servants and most beaming of men. Truth to say, he looked a great deal more patriarchal than I, who, in the shadow of his portly presence, dwindled down to no account at all. There was, of course, very little in the aspect of Paris, as we rattled near the dismal Morgue and over the Pont Neuf, to reproach us for our Sunday travelling. The wine shops, every second house, were driving a roaring trade. Awnings were spreading, and chairs and tables arranging outside the cafes, preparatory to the eating of ices and drinking of cool liquids later in the day. Shoeblacks were busy on the bridges, shops were open, carts and wagons clattered to and fro, the narrow uphill, funnel-like streets across the river, where so many dense perspectives of crowds and bustle, party-coloured nightcaps, tobacco pipes, blouses, large boots, and shaggy heads of hair, nothing at that hour denoted a day of rest, unless it was the appearance, here and there, of a family pleasure party, crammed into a bulky old lumbering cab, or of some contemplative holiday-maker in the freest and easiest dishabille, leaning out of a low garret window, watching the drying of his newly polished shoes on the little parapet outside, if a gentleman, or the airing of her stockings in the sun, if a lady, with calm anticipation. Once clear of the never-to-be-forgotten or forgiven pavement which surrounds Paris, the first 3 days of travelling towards Marseille are quiet and monotonous enough. To Sens, to Avallon, to Châlons. A sketch of one day's proceedings is a sketch of all three, and here it is. We have 4 horses and 1 postilion, who has a very long whip, and drives his team something like the courier of St. Petersburg in the circle at Astley's or Franconi's, only he sits in his own horse instead of standing on him. The immense jack-boots worn by these postilions are sometimes a century or 2 old, and are so ludicrously disproportionate to the wearer's foot that the spur, which is put where his own heel comes, is generally halfway up the leg of the boots. The man often comes out of the stable yard with his whip in his hand and his shoes on, and brings out in both hands one boot at a time, which he plants on the ground by the side of his horse with great gravity until everything is ready. When it is, and oh heaven, the noise they make about it, he gets into the boots, shoes and all, or is hoisted into them by a couple of friends, adjusts the rope harness, embossed by the labours of innumerable pigeons in the stables, makes all the horses kick and plunge, cracks his whip like a madman, shouts, "En route! Hi!" and away we go. He is sure to have a contest with his horse before we have gone very far, and then he calls him a thief, and a brigand, and a pig, and what not, and beats him about the head as if he were made of wood. There is little more than one variety in the appearance of the country for the first 2 days. From a dreary plain to an interminable avenue, and from an interminable avenue to a dreary plain again. Plenty of vines there are in the open fields, but of a short low kind, and not trained in festoons, but about straight sticks. Beggars innumerable there are, everywhere, but an extraordinarily scant population and fewer children than I ever encountered. I don't believe we saw 100 children between Paris and Chalons. Queer old towns, drawbridged and walled, with odd little towers at the angles, like grotesque faces, as if the wall had put a mask on and were staring down into the moat. Other strange little towers, in gardens and fields, and down lanes, and in farmyards, all alone and always round, with a peaked roof, and never used for any purpose at all. Ruinous buildings of all sorts, sometimes a Hôtel de Ville, sometimes a guard-house, sometimes a dwelling-house, sometimes a chateau with a rank garden, prolific in dandelion, and watched over by extinguisher-topped turrets and blink-eyed little casements, and the standard objects repeated over and over again. Sometimes we pass a village inn with a crumbling wall belonging to it, and a perfect town of outhouses, and painted over the gateway stablings for 60 horses, as indeed there might be stablings for 60 score, were there any horses to be stabled there, or anybody resting there, or anything stirring about the place but a dangling bush indicative of the wine inside, which flutters idly in the wind, in lazy keeping with everything else, and certainly is never in a green old age, though always so old as to be dropping to pieces. And all day long, strange little narrow wagons, in strings of 6 or 8, bring in cheese from Switzerland, and frequently in charge the whole line of one man or even boy, and he, very often asleep in the foremost cart, come jingling past. The horses drowsily ringing the bells upon their harness, and looking as if they thought, no doubt they do, their great blue woolly furniture of immense weight and thickness, with a pair of grotesque horns growing out of the collar, very much too warm for the midsummer weather. Then there is the diligence, twice or thrice a day, with the dusty outsides in blue frocks like butchers, and the insides in white nightcaps, and its cabriolet head on the roof nodding and shaking like an idiot's head, and its young France passengers staring out of window with beards down to their waists, and blue spectacles awfully shading their warlike eyes, and very big sticks clenched in their national grasp. Also, the mail post, with only a couple of passengers, tearing along at a real good daredevil pace, and out of sight in no time. Steady old curé come jolting past, now and then, in such ramshackle, rusty, musty, clattering coaches as no Englishman would believe in. And bony women dawdle about in solitary places, holding cows by ropes while they feed, or digging and hoeing, or doing fieldwork of a more laborious kind, or representing real shepherdesses with their flocks, to obtain an adequate idea of which pursuit and its followers in any country. It is only necessary to take any pastoral poem or picture and imagine to yourself whatever is most exquisitely and widely unlike the description therein contained. You have been travelling along, stupidly enough, as you generally do in the last stage of the day, and the 96 bells upon the horses, 24 apiece, have been ringing sleepily in your ear for half an hour or so, and it has become a very jog-trot, monotonous, tiresome sort of business. And you have been thinking deeply about the dinner you will have at the next stage, when, down at the end of the long avenue of trees through which you are travelling, the first indication of a town appears in the shape of some straggling cottages, and the carriage begins to rattle and roll over a horribly uneven pavement. As if the equipage were a great firework, and the mere sight of a smoking cottage chimney has lighted it, instantly it begins to crack and splutter, as if the very devil were in it. Crack, 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 crack. Crack, crack, crack. Crick, crack, crick, crack. Hello! Hola! Vite! Voleur! Brigand! Hi, hi, hi! En route! Whip! Wheels, driver, stones, beggars, children, crack, crack, crack. Hello, hola, charité pour l'amour de Dieu. Crick, crack, crick, crack. Crick, crick, crick. Bump, jolt, crack, bump, crick, crack. Round the corner, up the narrow street, down the paved hill on the other side, in the gutter, bump, bump. Jolt, jog, crick, 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 crack, 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 into the shop windows on the left-hand side of the street, preliminary to a sweeping turn into the wooden archway on the right. Rumble, 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 clatter, 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 crick, crick, crick. And here we are, in the yard of the Hôtel de la Cour d'Or, used up, gone out, smoking, spent, exhausted, but sometimes making a false start unexpectedly, with nothing coming of it, like a firework to the last. The landlady of the Hôtel de la Cour d'Or is here, and the landlord of the Hôtel de la Cour d'Or is here, and the femme de chambre of the Hôtel de la Cour d'Or is here, and the gentleman in a glazed cap with a red beard like a bosom friend who is staying at the Hôtel de la Cour d'Or is here, and Monsieur le Curé is walking up and down in a corner of the yard by himself, with a shovel hat upon his head, and a black gown on his back, and a book in one hand, and an umbrella in the other, and everybody, except Monsieur le Curé, is open-mouthed and open-eyed for the opening of the carriage door. The landlord of the Hôtel de la Cour d'Or dotes to that extent upon the courier that he can hardly wait for his coming down from the box, but embraces his very legs and boot heels as he descends. "My courier! My brave courier! My friend! My brother!" The landlady loves him, the femme de chambre blesses him, the garçon worships him. The courier asks if his letter has been received. It has. It has. Are the rooms prepared? They are. They are. The best rooms for my noble courier, the rooms of state for my gallant courier. The whole house is at the service of my best of friends. He keeps his hand upon the carriage door and asks some other question to enhance the expectation. He carries a green leathern purse outside his coat, suspended by a belt. The idlers look at it. One touches it. It is full of 5-franc pieces. Murmurs of admiration are heard among the boys. The landlord falls upon the courier's neck and folds him in his breast. He is so much fatter than he was, he says. He looks so rosy and so well. The door is opened. Breathless expectation. The lady of the family gets out. Ah, sweet lady, beautiful lady. The sister of the lady of the family gets out. Great heaven, Mademoiselle is charming. First little boy gets out. Oh, what a beautiful little boy. First little girl gets out. Oh, but this is an enchanting child. Second little girl gets out. The landlady, yielding to the finest impulse of our common nature, catches her up in her arms. Second little boy gets out. Oh, the sweet boy! Oh, the tender little family! The baby is handed out. Angelic baby, The baby has stopped everything. All the rapture is expended on the baby. Then the two nurses tumble out, and the enthusiasm swelling into madness, the whole family are swept upstairs as on a cloud, while the idlers press about the carriage and look into it and walk around it and touch it. For it is something to touch a carriage that has held so many people. It is a legacy to leave one's children. The rooms are on the first floor, except the nursery for the night, which is a great rambling chamber with 4 or 5 beds in it. Through a dark passage, up 2 steps, down 4, past a pump, across a balcony, and next door to the stable. The other sleeping apartments are large and lofty, each with 2 small bedsteads, tastefully hung like the windows with red and white drapery. The sitting room is famous. Dinner is already laid in it for 3, and the napkins are folded in cocked hat fashion. The floors are of red tile. There are no carpets and not much furniture to speak of, but there is abundance of looking glass, and there are large vases under glass shades filled with artificial flowers, and there are plenty of clocks. The whole party are in motion. The brave courier, in particular, is everywhere, looking after the beds, having wine poured down his throat by his dear brother the landlord, and picking up green cucumbers, always cucumbers. Heaven knows where he gets them, with which he walks about, one in each hand, like truncheons. Dinner is announced. There is very thin soup. There are very large loaves, 1 apiece, a fish, 4 dishes afterwards, some poultry afterwards, a dessert afterwards, and no lack of wine. There is not much in the dishes, but they are very good, and always ready instantly. When it is nearly dark, the brave courier, having eaten the 2 cucumbers, sliced up in the contents of a pretty large decanter of oil, and another of vinegar, emerges from his retreat below, and proposes a visit to the cathedral, whose massive tower frowns down upon the courtyard of the inn. Off we go, and very solemn and grand it is in the dim light, so dim at last that the polite old lanthorn-jawed sacristan has a feeble little bit of candle in his hand to grope among the tombs with, and looks among the grim columns very like a lost ghost who is searching for his own. Underneath the balcony when we return, the inferior servants of the inn are supping in the open air at a great table. The dish, a stew of meat and vegetables, smoking hot, and served in the iron cauldron it was boiled in. They have a pitcher of thin wine and are very merry, merrier than the gentleman with the red beard, who is playing billiards in the light room on the left of the yard, where shadows, with cues in their hands and cigars in their mouths, cross and recross the window constantly. Still, the thin curé walks up and down alone, with his book and umbrella, and there he walks, and there the billiard balls rattle, long after we are fast asleep. We are astir at 6 next morning. It is a delightful day, shaming yesterday's mud upon the carriage, if anything could shame a carriage, in a land where carriages are never cleaned. Everybody is brisk, and as we finish breakfast, the horses come jingling into the yard from the post-house. Everything taken out of the carriage is put back again. The brave courier announces that all is ready, after walking into every room and looking all around it to be certain that nothing is left behind. Everybody gets in. Everybody connected with the Hôtel de l'Écu d'Or is again enchanted. The brave courier runs into the house for a parcel containing cold fowl, sliced ham, bread and biscuits for lunch, hands it into the coach, and runs back again. What has he got in his hand now? More cucumbers? No, a long strip of paper. It's the bill. The brave courier has 2 belts on this morning, one supporting the purse, another a mighty good sort of leathern bottle filled to the throat with the best light Bordeaux wine in the house. He never pays the bill until this bottle is full. Then he disputes it. He disputes it now, violently. He is still the landlord's brother, but by another father or mother. He is not so nearly related to him as he was last night. The landlord scratches his head. The brave courier points to certain figure in the bill and intimates that if they remain there, the Hôtel de la Cour d'Or is thenceforth and forever an Hôtel de la Cour de Cuivre. The landlord goes into a little counting house. The brave courier follows, forces the bill and pen into his hand, and talks more rapidly than ever. The landlord takes the pen. The courier smiles. The landlord makes an alteration. The courier cuts a joke. The landlord is affectionate, but not weakly so. He bears it like a man. He shakes hands with his brave brother, but he doesn't hug him. Still, he loves his brother, for he knows that he will be returning that way one of these fine days with another family, and he foresees that his heart will yearn towards him again. The brave courier traverses all round the carriage once, looks at the drag, inspects the wheels, jumps up, gives a word, and away we go. It is market morning. The market is held in the little square outside in front of the cathedral. It is crowded with men and women, in blue, in red, in green, in white, with canvassed stalls and fluttering merchandise. The country people are grouped about, with their clean baskets before them. Here the lace sellers, there the butter and egg sellers, there the fruit sellers, there the shoemakers. The whole place looks as if it were the stage of some great theatre, and the curtain had just run up for a picturesque ballet. And there is a cathedral to boot, scene-like, all grim and swarthy, and mouldering and cold, just splashing the pavement in one place with faint purple drops, as the morning sun, entering by a little window on the eastern side, struggles through some stained glass panes on the western. In 5 minutes we have passed the Iron Cross, with a little ragged kneeling place of turf before it in the outskirts of the town, and are again upon the road. Lyon, the Rhône, and the Goblin of Avignon. Châlons is a fair resting place, in right of its good inn on the bank of the river, and the little steamboats, gay with green and red paint, that come and go upon it, which make up a pleasant and refreshing scene after the dusty roads. But, unless you would like to dwell on an enormous plain, with jagged rows of irregular poplars on it, that look in the distance like so many combs with broken teeth, and unless you would like to pass your life without the possibility of going uphill or going up anything but stairs, you would hardly approve of Châlons as a place of residence. You would probably like it better, however, than Lyon, which you may reach, if you will, in one of the before-mentioned steamboats in 8 hours. What a city Lyon is! Talk about people feeling, at certain unlucky times, as if they had tumbled from the clouds. Here is a whole town that is tumbled anyhow out of the sky, having been first caught up, like other stones that tumble down from that region, out of fens and barren places, dismal to behold. The 2 great streets through which the 2 great rivers dash, and all the little streets whose name is Legion, were scorching, blistering, and sweltering. The houses, high and vast, dirty to excess, rotten as old cheese, and as thickly peopled. All up the hills that hem the city in, these houses swarm, and the mites inside were lolling out of the windows and drying their ragged clothes on poles, and crawling in and out at the doors, and coming out to pant and gasp upon the pavement, and creeping in and out among huge piles and bales of fusty, musty, stifling goods, and living, or rather not dying till their time should come, in an exhausted receiver. Every manufacturing town melted into one would hardly convey an impression of Lyon as it presented itself to me, for all the undrained, unscavenged qualities of a foreign town seemed grafted there upon the native miseries of a manufacturing one, and it bears such fruit as I would go some miles out of my way to avoid encountering again. In the cool of the evening, or rather in the faded heat of the day, we went to see the cathedral, where divers old women and a few dogs were engaged in contemplation. There was no difference in point of cleanliness between its stone pavement and that of the streets, and there was a wax saint in a little box like a berth aboard a ship, with a glass front to it, whom Madame Tussaud would have nothing to say to on any terms, and which even Westminster Abbey might be ashamed of. If you would know all about the architecture of this church, or any other, its dates, dimensions, endowments, and history, it is not written in Mr. Murray's guidebook, and may you not read it there, with thanks to him as I did. For this reason, I should abstain from mentioning the curious clock in Lyons Cathedral, if it were not for a small mistake I made in connection with a piece of mechanism. The keeper of the church was very anxious it should be shown, partly for the honour of the establishment and the town, and partly, perhaps, because of his deriving a percentage from the additional consideration. However that may be, it was set in motion, and thereupon a host of little doors flew open, and innumerable little figures staggered out of them, and jerked themselves back again, with that special unsteadiness of purpose, and hitching in the gait, which usually attaches to figures that are moved by clockwork. Meanwhile, the sacristan stood explaining these wonders, and pointing them out severely with a wand. There was a centre puppet of the Virgin Mary, and close to her a small pigeon-hole, out of which another and a very ill-looking puppet made one of the most sudden plunges I ever saw accomplished, instantly flopping back again at sight of her, and banging his little door violently after him. Taking this to be emblematic to the victory over sin and death, and not at all unwilling to show that I perfectly understood the subject, in anticipation of the showman, I rashly said, "Aha, the evil spirit, to be sure, he is very soon disposed of." "Pardon, monsieur," said the sacristan, with a polite motion of his hand towards the little door, as of introducing somebody. "The angel Gabriel." Soon after daybreak next morning, we were steaming down the arrowy Rhône at the rate of 20 miles an hour in a very dirty vessel full of merchandise, and with only 3 or 4 other passengers for our companions, among whom the most remarkable was a silly old meek-faced, garlic-eating, immeasurably polite chevalier, with a dirty scrap of red ribbon hanging at his buttonhole, as if he had tied it there to remind himself of something, as Tom Noddy in the farce ties knots in his pocket handkerchief. For the last 2 days we had seen great sullen hills, the first indications of the Alps, lowering in the distance. Now we were rushing on beside them, sometimes close beside them, sometimes with an intervening slope covered with vineyards. Villages and small towns hanging in mid-air, with great woods of olives seen through the light open towers of their churches, and clouds moving slowly on upon the steep acclivity behind them. Ruined castles perched on every eminence, and scattered houses in the clefts and gullies on the hills made it very beautiful. The great height of these, too, making the buildings look so tiny that they had all the charm of elegant models. Their excessive whiteness, as contrasted with the brown rocks or the sombre, deep, dull, heavy green of the olive tree, and the puny size and little slow walk of the Lilliputian men and women on the bank, made a charming picture. There were ferries out of number too, bridges, the famous Pont d'Esprit, with I don't know how many arches, towns where memorable wines are made, Valence, where Napoleon studied, and the noble river, bringing at every winding turn new beauties into view. There lay before us, that same afternoon, the broken bridge of Avignon, and all the city baking in the sun, yet with an underdone pie crust, battlemented wall that never will be brown, though it bake for centuries. The grapes were hanging in clusters in the streets, and the brilliant oleander was in full bloom everywhere. The streets are old and very narrow, but tolerably clean, and shaded by awnings stretched from house to house. Bright stuffs and handkerchiefs, curiosities, ancient frames of carved wood, old chairs, ghostly tables, saints, virgins, angels, and staring daubs of portraits, being exposed for sale beneath, it was very quaint and lively. All this was much set off too by the glimpse one caught through a rusty gate standing ajar of quiet sleepy courtyards having stately old houses within, as silent as tombs. It was all very like one of the descriptions in the Arabian Nights. The three one-eyed calendars might have knocked at any one of those doors till the street rang again, and the porter who persisted in asking questions, the man who had the delicious purchases put in his basket in the morning, might have opened it quite naturally. After breakfast next morning, we sallied forth to see the lions. Such a delicious breeze was blowing in from the north as made the walk delightful, though the pavement stones and stones of the walls and houses were far too hot to have a hand laid on them comfortably. We went, first of all, up a rocky height to the cathedral, where Mass was performing to an auditory very like that of Lyon, namely, several old women, a baby, and a very self-possessed dog who had marked out for himself a little course or platform for exercise, beginning at the altar rails and ending at the door, up and down which constitutional walk he trotted during the service as methodically and calmly as any old gentleman out of doors. It is a bare old church, and the paintings in the roof are sadly defaced by time and damp weather, but the sun was shining in splendidly through the red curtains of the windows and glittering on the altar furniture, and it looked as bright and cheerful as need be. Going apart in this church to see some paintings which was being executed in fresco by a French artist and his pupil, I was led to observe more closely than I might otherwise have done a great number of votive offerings with which the walls of the different chapels were profusely hung. I will not say decorated, for they were very roughly and comically got up, most likely by poor sign painters who eke out their living in that way. They were all little pictures, each representing some sickness or calamity from which the person placing it there had escaped through the interposition of his or her patron saint, or of the Madonna, and I may refer to them as good specimens of the class generally. They are abundant in Italy. In a grotesque squareness of outline and impossibility of perspective, they are not unlike the woodcuts in old books, but they were oil paintings, and the artist, like the painter of the Primrose family, had not been sparing of his colours. In one, a lady was having a toe amputated, an operation which a saintly personage had sailed into the room upon a couch to superintend. In another, a lady was lying in bed, tucked up very tight and prim, and staring with much composure at a tripod, with a slope basing on it, the usual form of washing stand, and the only piece of furniture besides the bedstead in her chamber. One would never have supposed her to be labouring under any complaint beyond the inconvenience of being miraculously wide awake, if the painter had not hit upon the idea of putting all her family on their knees in one corner, with their legs sticking out behind them on the floor like boot trees, above whom the Virgin, on a kind of blue divan, promised to restore the patient. In another case, a lady was in the very act of being run over immediately outside the city walls by a sort of pianoforte van. But the Madonna was there again. Whether the supernatural appearance had startled the horse, a bay griffin, or whether it was invisible to him, I don't know. But he was galloping away, ding-dong, without the smallest reverence or compunction. On every picture, ex voto was painted in yellow capitals in the sky. Though votive offerings were not unknown in pagan temples, and are evidently among the many compromises made between the false religion and the true, when the true was in its infancy, I could wish that all the other compromises were as harmless. Gratitude and devotion are Christian qualities, and a grateful, humble, Christian spirit may dictate the observance. Hard by the cathedral stands the ancient Palace of the Popes, of which one portion is now a common jail and another a noisy barrack, while gloomy suites of state apartments, shut up and deserted, mock their own old state and glory, like the embalmed bodies of kings. But we neither went there to see the staterooms, nor soldiers' quarters, nor a common jail, though we dropped some money into a prisoner's box outside, whilst the prisoners themselves looked through the iron bars high up and watched us eagerly. We went to see the ruins of the dreadful rooms in which the Inquisition used to sit. A little old swarthy woman with a pair of flashing black eyes, proof that the world hadn't conjured down the devil within her, though it had had between 60 and 70 years to do it in, came out of the barrack cabaret of which she was the keeper, with some large keys in her hands, and marshalled us the way that we should go. How she told us, on the way, that she was the government officer, concierge du Palais Apostolique, and had been, for I don't know how many years, and how she had shown these dungeons to princes, and how she was the best of dungeon demonstrators, and how she had resided in the palace from an infant, had been born there, if I recollect right, I needn't relate. But such a fierce, little, rapid, sparkling, energetic she-devil I never beheld. She was alight and flaming all the time. Her actions were violent in the extreme. She never spoke without stopping expressly for the purpose. She stamped her feet, clutched us by the arms, flung herself into attitudes, hammered against walls with her keys for mere emphasis, now whispered as if the Inquisition were there still, now shrieked as if she were on the rack herself, and had a mysterious hag-like way with her forefinger when approaching the remains of some new horror, looking back and walking stealthily and making horrible grimaces that might alone have qualified her to walk up and down a sick man's counterpane to the exclusion of all other figures through a whole fever. Passing through the courtyard, among groups of idle soldiers, we turned off by a gate, which this she-goblin unlocked for our admission, and locked again behind us, and entered a narrow court, rendered narrower by fallen stones and heaps of rubbish, part of it choking up the mouth of a ruined subterranean passage that once communicated, or is said to have done so, with another castle on the opposite bank of the river. Close to this courtyard is a dungeon. We stood within it in another minute, in the dismal Tower des Oubliés, where Rienzi was imprisoned, fastened by an iron chain to the very wall that stands there now, but shut out from the sky, which now looks down into it. A few steps brought us to the cachot, in which the prisoners of the Inquisition were confined for 48 hours after their capture, without food or drink, that their consistency might be shaken even before they were confronted with their gloomy judges. The day had not got in there yet. They were still small cells, shut up by 4 unyielding, close, hard walls, still profoundly dark, still massively doored and fastened as of old. Goblin, looking back as I have described, went softly on into a vaulted chamber, now used as a storeroom, once the chapel of the Holy Office. The place where the tribunal sat was plain. The platform might have been removed but yesterday. Conceive the parable of the Good Samaritan having been painted on the wall of one of these Inquisition chambers, but it was and may be traced there yet. High up in the jealous wall are niches where the faltering replies of the accused were heard and noted down. Many of them had been brought out of the very cell we had just looked into so awfully along the same stone passage. We had trodden in their very footsteps. I am gazing round me with the horror that the place inspires when Goblin clutches me by the wrist and lays not a skinny finger but the handle of a key upon her lip. She invites me with a jerk to follow her. I do so. She leads me out into a room adjoining, a rugged room with a funnel-shaped contracting roof open at the top to the bright day. I ask her what it is. She folds her arms, leers hideously, and stares. I ask again. She glances round to see that all the little company are there, sits down upon a mound of stones, throws up her arms and yells out like a fiend,
La salle de la question.
The chamber of torture. And the roof was made of that shape to stifle the victim's cries. Oh, Goblin, Goblin, let us think of this a while, in silence. Peace, Goblin. Sit with your short arms crossed on your short legs upon the heap of stones for only 5 minutes, and then flame out again. Minutes. Seconds are not marked upon the palace clock, when, with her eyes flashing fire, Goblin is up in the middle of the chamber, describing with her sunburnt arms a wheel of heavy blows. Thus it ran round, cries Goblin. Mash, mash, mash. An endless routine of heavy hammers. Mash, 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 upon the sufferer's limbs. See the stone trough, says Goblin, for the water torture. Gurgle, swill, bloat, burst for the Redeemer's honour. Suck the blood rag deep down into your unbelieving body, heretic, at every breath you draw. And when the executioner plucks it out, reeking with the smaller mysteries of God's own image, know us for his chosen servants, true believers in the Sermon of the Mount, elect disciples of him who never did a miracle but to heal, who never struck a man with palsy, blindness, deafness, dumbness, madness, any one affliction of mankind, and never stretched his blessed hand out but to give relief and ease. See, cries Goblin, there the furnace was. There they made the irons red hot. Those holes supported the sharp stake on which the tortured person hung poised, dangling with their whole weight from the roof. But, and Goblin whispers this, Monsieur has heard of this tower? Yes? Let Monsieur look down then. A cold air, laden with an earthy smell, falls upon the face of Monsieur, for she has opened, while speaking, a trapdoor in the wall. Monsieur looks in, downward to the bottom, upward to the top, of a steep, dark, lofty tower, very dismal, very dark, very cold. The executioner of the Inquisition, says Goblin, edging in her head to look down also, flung those who were past all further torturing down here. But look, does Monsieur see the black stains on the wall? A glance over his shoulder at Goblin's keen eye shows Monsieur, and would, without the aid of the directing key, where they are. What are they? Blood. In October 1791, when the revolution was at its height here, 60 persons, men and women, and priests, says Goblin, priests, were murdered and hurled, the dying and the dead, into this dreadful pit, where a quantity of quicklime was tumbled down upon their bodies. Those ghastly tokens of the massacre were soon no more, but while one stone of the strong building in which the deed was done remains upon another, there they will lie in the memories of men, as plain to see as the splashing of their blood upon the wall is now. Was it a portion of the great scheme of retribution that the cruel deed should be committed in this place? That a part of the atrocities and monstrous institutions which had been, for scores of years, at work to change men's nature should, in its last service, tempt them with the ready means of gratifying their furious and beastly rage, should enable them to show themselves, in the height of their frenzy, no worse than a great, solemn, legal establishment in the height of its power. No worse, much better. They used the Tower of the Forgotten in the name of liberty, their liberty, an earth-born creature, nursed in the black mud of the Bastille moats and dungeons, unnecessarily betraying many evidences of its unwholesome bringing up. But the Inquisition used it in the name of heaven. Goblin's finger is lifted, and she steals out again into the chapel of the Holy Office. She stops at a certain part of the flooring. Her great effect is at hand. She waits for the rest. She darts at the brave courier, who is explaining something, hits him a sounding rap on the hat with the largest key, and bids him be silent. She assembles us all round a little trapdoor in the floor as round a grave. Voila! She darts down at the ring and flings the door open with a crash in her goblin energy, though it is no light weight. Voilà les oubliettes! Voilà les oubliettes! Subterranean, frightful, black, terrible, deadly, les oubliettes de l'Inquisition. My blood ran cold as I looked from goblin down into the vaults where these forgotten creatures, with recollection of the world outside, of wives, friends, children, brothers, starved to death and made the stones ring with their unavailing groans. But the thrill I felt on seeing the accursed wall below, decayed and broken through, and the sun shining in through its gaping wounds, was like a sense of victory and triumph. I felt exalted with the proud delight of living in these degenerate times to see it, as if I were the hero of some high achievement. The light in the doleful vaults was typical of the light that has streamed in on all persecution in God's name, but which is not yet at its noon. It cannot look more lovely to a blind man newly restored to sight than to a traveller who sees it calmly and majestically treading down the darkness of that infernal well. Avignon to Genoa. Goblin, having shown Les Oubliettes, felt that a great coup was struck. She let the door fall with a crash, and stood upon it with her arms akimbo, sniffing prodigiously. When we left the place, I accompanied her into her house, under the outer gateway of the fortress, to buy a little history of the building. Her cabaret, a dark, low room, lighted by small windows sunk in the thick wall, in the softened light, and with its forge-like chimney, its little counter by the door with bottles, jars, and glasses on it, its household implements and scraps of dress against the wall, and a sober-looking woman, she must have had a congenial life of it with Goblin, knitting at the door, looked exactly like a picture by Ostade. I walked round the building on the outside, in a sort of a dream, and yet with a delightful sense of having awakened from it, of which the light, down in the vaults, had given me the assurance. The immense thickness and giddy heights of the walls, the enormous strength of the massive towers, the great extent of the building, its gigantic proportions, frowning aspect, and barbarous irregularity awaken awe and wonder. The recollection of its opposite old uses, an impregnable fortress, a luxurious palace, a horrible prison, a place of torture, the court of the Inquisition, at one and the same time a house of feasting, fighting, religion, and blood, gives to every stone in its huge form a fearful interest and imparts new meaning to its incongruities. I could think little, however, then or long afterwards, but the sun in the dungeons. The palace coming down to be the lounging place of noisy soldiers, and being forced to echo their rough talk and common oaths, and to have their garments fluttering from its dirty windows, was some reduction of its state, and something to rejoice at, but the day in its cells, and the sky for the roof of its chambers of cruelty. That was its desolation and defeat. If I had seen it in a blaze from ditch to rampart, I should have felt that not that light, nor all the light in all the fire that burns, could waste it like the sunbeams in its secret council chamber and its prisons. Before I quit this palace of the popes, let me translate from the little history I mentioned just now a short anecdote, quite appropriate to itself, connected with its adventures. An ancient tradition relates that in 1441, a nephew of Pierre de Lude, the Pope's legate, seriously insulted some distinguished ladies of Avignon, whose relations, in revenge, seized the young man and horribly mutilated him. For several years, the legate kept his revenge within his own breast, but he was not the less resolved upon its gratification at last. He even made, in the fullness of time, advances towards a complete reconciliation, and when their apparent sincerity had prevailed, he invited to a splendid banquet in this palace certain families, whole families, whom he sought to exterminate. The utmost gaiety animated the repast, but the measures of the legate were well taken. When the dessert was on the board, a Swiss presented himself with the announcement that a strange ambassador solicited an extraordinary audience. The legate, excusing himself for the moment to his guests, retired, followed by his officers. Within a few minutes afterwards, 500 persons were reduced to ashes, the whole of that wing of the building having been blown into the air with a terrible explosion. After seeing the churches, I will not trouble you with the churches just now. We left Avignon that afternoon. The heat being very great, the roads outside the walls were strewn with people fast asleep in every little slip of shade, and with lazy groups, half asleep and half awake, who were waiting until the sun should be low enough to admit of their playing bowls among the burnt-up trees and on the dusty road. The harvest here was already gathered in, and mules and horses were treading out the corn in the fields. We came at dusk upon a wild and hilly country, once famous for brigands, and travelled slowly up a steep ascent. So we went on until 11 at night, when we halted at the town of Aix, within 2 stages of Marseille, to sleep. The hotel, with all the blinds and shutters closed to keep the light and heat out, was comfortable and airy next morning, and the town was very clean, but so hot and so intensely light that when I walked out at noon it was like coming suddenly from the darkened room into crisp blue fire. The air was so very clear that distant hills and rocky points appeared within an hour's walk, while the town immediately at hand, with a kind of blue window between me and it, seemed to be white hot and to be throwing off a fiery air from the surface. We left this town towards evening and took the road to Marseille. A dusty road it was, the houses shut up close and the vines powdered white. At nearly all the cottage doors, women were peeling and slicing onions into earthen bowls for supper. So they had been doing last night all the way from Avignon. We passed 1 or 2 shady dark chateaux, surrounded by trees and embellished with cool basins of water, which were the more refreshing to behold from the great scarcity of such residences on the road we had travelled. As we approached Marseille, the road began to be covered with holiday people. Outside the public houses were parties smoking, drinking, playing draughts and cards, and, once, dancing. But dust, dust, dust everywhere. We went on through a long, straggling, dirty suburb thronged with people, having on our left a dreary slope of land on which the country houses of the Marseille merchants, always starring white, are jumbled and heaped without the slightest order, backs, fronts, sides, and gables towards all points of the compass, until at last we entered the town. I was there twice or thrice afterwards, in fair weather and foul, and I am afraid there is no doubt that it is a dirty and disagreeable place. But the prospect from the fortified heights of the beautiful Mediterranean, with its lovely rocks and islands, is most delightful. These heights are a desirable retreat for less picturesque reasons, as an escape from a compound of vile smells, perpetually arising from the great harbour full of stagnant water, and befouled by the refuse of innumerable ships with all sorts of cargoes, which, in hot weather, is dreadful in the last degree. There were foreign sailors of all nations in the streets, with red shirts, blue shirts, buff shirts, tawny shirts, and shirts of orange colour, with red caps, blue caps, green caps, great beards and no beards, in Turkish turbans, glazed English hats, and Neapolitan head-dresses. There were the townspeople sitting in clusters on the pavement, or airing themselves on the tops of their houses, or walking up and down the closest and least airy of boulevards, and there were crowds of fierce-looking people of the lower sort blocking up the way constantly. In the very heart of all this stir and uproar was the common madhouse, a low, contracted, miserable building looking straight upon the street, without the smallest screen or courtyard, where chattering madmen and mad women were peeping out through rusty bars at the staring faces below, while the sun, darting fiercely aslant into their little cells, seemed to dry up their brains and worry them as if they were baited by a pack of dogs. We were pretty well accommodated at the Hôtel du Paradis, situated in a narrow street of very high houses, with a hairdresser's shop opposite, exhibiting in one of its windows 2 full-length waxen ladies twirling round and round, which so enchanted the hairdresser himself that he and his family sat in armchairs and in cool undresses on the pavement outside, enjoying the gratification of the passers-by with lazy dignity. The family had retired to rest when we went to bed at midnight, but the hairdresser, a corpulent man in drab slippers, was still sitting there with his legs stretched out before him, and evidently couldn't bear to have the shutters put up. Next day we went down to the harbour, where the sailors of all nations were discharging and taking in cargoes of all kinds, fruits, wines, oils, silks, stuffs, velvets, and every manner of merchandise. Taking one of a great number of lively little boats with gay stripped awnings, we rowed away under the stern of great ships, under tow ropes and cables, against and among other boats, and very much too near the sides of vessels that were faint with oranges, to the Marie Antoinette, a handsome steamer bound for Genoa, lying near the mouth of the harbour. By and by, the carriage, that unwielding trifle from Pantechnicon, on a flat barge, bumping against everything, and given occasion for a prodigious quantity of oaths and grimaces, came stupidly alongside, and by 5 o'clock we were steaming out in the open sea. The vessel was beautifully clean, the meals were served under an awning on deck, the night was calm and clear, the quiet beauty of the sea and sky unspeakable. We were off Nice early next morning, and coasted along within a few miles of the Cornice road, of which more in its place, nearly all day. We could see Genoa before 3, and watching as it gradually developed its splendid amphitheatre, terrace rising above terrace, garden above garden, palace above palace, height upon height, was ample occupation for us, till we ran into the stately harbour. Having been duly astonished here by the sight of a few Cappuccini monks who were watching the fair weighing of some wood upon the wharf, we drove off to Albaro, 2 miles distant, where we had engaged a house. The way lay through the main streets, but not through the Strada Nuova or the Strada Balbi, which are the famous streets of palaces. I never in my life was so dismayed. The wonderful novelty of everything, the unusual smells, the unaccountable filth, though it is reckoned the cleanest of Italian towns, the disorderly jumbling of dirty houses one upon the roof of another, the passages more squalid and more close than any in St. Giles's or Old Paris, in and out of which not vagabonds, but well-dressed women with white veils and great fans were passing and repassing. The perfect absence of resemblance in any dwelling-house, or shop, or wall, or post, or pillar, to anything one had ever seen before. And the disheartening dirt, discomfort, and decay perfectly confounded me. I fell into a dismal reverie. I am conscious of a feverish and bewildered vision of saints' and virgins' shrines in the street corners, of great numbers of friars, monks, and soldiers, of vast red curtains waving in the doorways of the churches, of always going uphill, yet seeing every other street and passage going higher up, of fruit stalls with fresh lemons and oranges hanging in garlands made of vine leaves, of a guardhouse and a drawbridge and some gateways and vendors of iced water sitting with little trays upon the margin of the kennel, and this is all the consciousness I had until I was set down in a rank, dull, weedy courtyard attached to a kind of pink jail and was told I lived there. I little thought that day that I should ever come to have an attachment for the very stones of the streets of Genoa, and to look back upon the city with affections connected with many hours of happiness and quiet. But these are my first impressions honestly set down, and how they changed I will set down too. At present, let us breathe after this long-winded journey. Genoa and its neighbourhood. The first impressions of such a place as Albaro, the suburb of Genoa where I am now, as my American friends would say, located, can hardly fail, I should imagine, to be mournful and disappointing. It requires a little time and use to overcome the feeling of depression consequent, at first, of such ruin and neglect. Novelty, pleasant to most people, is particularly delightful, I think, to me. I am not easily dispirited when I have the means of pursuing my own fancies and occupations, and I believe I have some natural aptitude for accommodating myself to circumstances. But, as yet, I stroll about here, in all the holes and corners of the neighbourhood, in a perpetual state of forlorn surprise, and returning to my villa, the Villa Bagnarello. It sounds romantic, but Signor Bagnarello is a butcher hard by. Have sufficient occupation in pondering over my new experiences and comparing them very much to my own amusement with my expectations until I wander out again. The Villa Bagnarello, or the Pink Jail, a far more expressive name for the mansion, is in one of the most splendid situations imaginable. The noble bay of Genoa, with the deep blue Mediterranean, lies stretched out near at hand. Monstrous old desolate houses and palaces are dotted all about. Lofty hills, with their tops often hidden in the clouds, and with strong forts perched high up on their craggy sides, are close upon the left. And in front, stretching from the walls of the house down to a ruined chapel which stands upon the bold and picturesque rocks on the seashore, are green vineyards where you may wander all day long in partial shade, through interminable vistas of grapes trained on a rough trellis work across the narrow paths. This sequestered spot is approached by lanes so very narrow that when we arrived at the custom house, we found that the people here had taken the measure of the narrowest among them and were waiting to apply it to the carriage, which ceremony was gravely performed in the street while we all stood by in breathless suspense. It was found to be a very tight fit, but just a possibility and no more. I am reminded every day by the sight of various large holes which it punched in the wall on either sides as it came along. We are more fortunate, I am told, than an old lady who took a house in these parts not long ago, and who stuck fast in her carriage in a lane, and as it was impossible to open one of the doors, she was obliged to submit to the indignity of being hauled through one of the little front windows like a harlequin. When you have got through these narrow lanes, you come to an archway imperfectly stopped by a rusty old gate, my gate. The rusty old gate has a bell to correspond, which you ring as long as you like, and which nobody answers, as it has no connection whatever with the house. But there is a rusty old knocker too, very loose, so that it slides round when you touch it, and if you learn the trick of it and knock long enough, somebody comes. The brave courier comes and gives you admittance. You walk into a seedy little garden, all wild and weedy, from which the vineyard opens, cross it, enter a square hall like a cellar, walk up a cracked marble staircase, and pass into a most enormous room with a vaulted roof and whitewashed walls, not unlike a great Methodist chapel. This is the sala. It has 5 windows and 5 doors, and is decorated with pictures which would gladden the heart of one of those picture cleaners in London who hang up, as a sign, a picture divided, like Death and the Lady, at the top of the old ballad, which always leaves you in a state of uncertainty whether the ingenious professor had cleaned one half or dirtied the other. The furniture of this sala is sort of a red brocade. All the chairs are immovable, and the sofa weighs several tons. On the same floor, and opening out on this same chamber, are dining room, drawing room, and diverse bedrooms, each with a multiplicity of doors and windows. Upstairs are divers other gaunt chambers and a kitchen, and downstairs is another kitchen which, with all sort of strange contrivances for burning charcoal, looks like an alchemical laboratory. There are also some half-dozen small sitting rooms, where the servants in this hot July may escape from the heat of the fire, and where the brave courier plays all sort of musical instruments of his own manufacture all the evening long. A mighty old, wandering, ghostly, echoing, grim, bare house it is, as ever I beheld or thought of. There is a little vine-covered terrace opening from the drawing-room, and under this terrace, and forming one side of the little garden, is what used to be the stable. It is now a cow-house, and has 3 cows in it, so that we get new milk by the bucketful. There is no pasturage near, and they never go out, but are constantly lying down and surfeiting themselves with vine leaves. Perfect Italian cows, enjoying the dolce far niente all day long. They are presided over and slept with by an old man named Antonio and his son, 2 burnt Siena natives with naked legs and feet, who wear each a shirt, a pair of trousers, and a red sash, with a relic or some sacred charm like the bonbon off a 12th cake hanging round the neck. The old man is very anxious to convert me to the Catholic faith, and exhorts me frequently. We sit upon a stone by the door, sometimes in the evening, like Robinson Crusoe and Friday Reversed, and he generally relates towards my conversation an abridgment of the history of St. Peter, chiefly, I believe, from the unspeakable delight he has in his imitation of the cock. The view, as I have said, is charming, but in the day you must keep the lattice blinds close shut, or the sun will drive you mad, and when the sun goes down you must shut up all the windows, or the mosquitoes would tempt you to commit suicide. So, at this time of the year, you don't see much of the prospect within doors. As for the flies, you don't mind them, nor the fleas, whose size is prodigious, and whose name is Legion, and who populate the coach-house to that extent that I daily expect to see the carriage going off bodily, drawn by myriads of industrious fleas in harness. The rats are kept away, quite comfortably, by scores of lean cats who roam about the garden for that purpose. The lizards, of course, nobody cares for. They play in the sun and don't bite. The little scorpions are merely curious. The beetles are rather late and have not appeared yet. The frogs are company. There is a preserve of them in the grounds of the next villa, and after nightfall one would think that scores upon scores of women in pattens were going up and down a wet stone pavement without a moment's cessation. That is exactly the noise they make. The ruined chapel on the picturesque and beautiful seashore was dedicated once upon a time to St. John the Baptist. I believe there is a legend that St. John's bones were received there with various solemnities when they were first brought to Genoa, for Genoa possesses them to this day. When there is any uncommon tempest at sea, they are brought out and exhibited to the raging weather, which they never fail to calm. In consequence of this connection of St. John with the city, great number of the common people are christened Giovanni Battista, which Latin name is pronounced in Genoese patois, Baciccia, like a sneeze. To hear everybody calling everybody else Baciccia on a Sunday or festa day when there are crowds in the streets is not a little singular and amusing to a stranger. The narrow lanes have great villas opening into them, whose walls, outside walls I mean, are profusely painted with all sorts of subjects, grim and holy. but time and the sea air have nearly obliterated them, and they look like the entrance to Vauxhall Gardens on a sunny day. The courtyards of these houses are overgrown with grass and weeds. All sorts of hideous patches cover the bases of the statues as if they were afflicted with a cutaneous disorder. The outer gates are rusty, and the iron bars outside the lower windows are all tumbling down. Firewood is kept in halls, where costly treasures might be heaped up mountains high. Waterfalls are dry and choked. Fountains, too dull to play and too lazy to work, have just enough recollection of their identity in their sleep to make the neighbourhood damp, and the sirocco wind is often blowing over all these things for days together, like a gigantic oven out for a holiday. Not long ago there was a festa day in honour of the Virgin's mother, when the young men of the neighbourhood, having worn green wreaths of the vine in some procession or other, bathed in them by scores. It looked very odd and pretty, though I am bound to confess, not knowing of the festa at the time, that I thought and was quite satisfied they wore them as horses do, to keep the flies off. Soon afterwards there was another festa day in honour of San Nazaro. One of the Albaro young men brought 2 large bouquets soon after breakfast, and coming upstairs into the great sala, presented them himself. This was a polite way of begging for a contribution towards the expenses of some music in the saint's honour, so we gave him whatever it may have been, and his messenger departed, well satisfied. At 6 o'clock in the evening we went to the church, close at hand, a very gaudy place, hung all over with festoons and bright draperies, and filled, from the altar to the main door, with women all seated. They wear no bonnets here, simply a long white veil, the mezzero, and it was the most gauzy, ethereal-looking audience I ever saw. The young women are not generally pretty, but they walk remarkably well, and in their personal carriage and the management of their veils, display much innate grace and elegance. There were some men present, not very many, and a few of them were kneeling about the aisles with everybody else tumbling over them. Innumerable tapers were burning in the church. The bits of silver and tin about the saints, especially in the Virgin's necklace, sparkled brilliantly. The priests were seated about the chief altar, the organ played away lustily, and a full band did the like, while a conductor, in a little gallery opposite to the band, hammered away on the desk before him with a scroll, and a tenor, without any voice, sang. The band played one way, the organ played another, the singer went a third, and the unfortunate conductor banged and flourished his scroll on some principle of his own, apparently well satisfied with the whole performance. I never did hear such a discordant din. The heat was intense at all time. The men, in red caps and with loose coats hanging on their shoulders, they never put them on, were playing bowls and buying sweetmeats immediately outside the church. When 6 of them finished a game, they came into the aisle, crossed themselves with the holy water, knelt on one knee for an instant, and walked off again to play another game at bowls. They are remarkably expert at this diversion, and will play in the stony lanes and streets, and on the most uneven and disastrous grounds for such a purpose, with as much nicety as on a billiard table. But the most favourite game is the national one of Mora, which they pursue with surprising ardour, and at which they will stake everything they possess. It is a destructive kind of gambling, requiring no accessories but the 10 fingers, which are always, I intend no pun, at hand. 2 men play together. One calls a number, say the extreme one, 10. He marks what portion of it he pleases by throwing out 3 or 4 or 5 fingers, and his adversary has, in the same instant, at hazard, and without seeing his hand, to throw out as many fingers as will make the exact balance. Their eyes and hands become so used to this, and act with such astonishing rapidity, that an uninitiated bystander would find it very difficult, if not impossible, to follow the progress of the game. The initiated, however, of whom there is always an eager group looking on, devour it with the most intense avidity, and they are always ready to champion one side or the other in case of a dispute, and are frequently divided in their partisanship. It is often a very noisy proceeding. It is never the quietest game in the world, for the numbers are always called in a loud, sharp voice, and following as close upon each other as they can be counted. On a holiday evening, standing at a window, or walking in a garden, or passing through the streets, or sauntering in any quiet place about the town, you will hear this game in progress in a score of wine shops at once, and looking over any vineyard walk, or turning almost any corner, will come upon a knot of players in full cry. It is observable that most men have a propensity to throw out some particular number oftener than another, and the vigilance with which two sharp-eyed players will mutually endeavour to detect this weakness and adapt their game to it is very curious and entertaining. The effect is greatly heightened by the universal suddenness and vehemence of gesture. Two men playing for half a farthing with an intensity as all-absorbing as if the stake were life. Hard by here is a large palazzo, formerly belonging to some member of the Brignole family, but just now hired by a school of Jesuits for their summer quarters. I walked into its dismantled precincts the other evening about sunset, and couldn't help pacing up and down for a little time, drowsily taking in the aspect of the place, which is repeated hereabouts in all directions. I loitered to and fro under a colonnade forming two sides of a weedy, grass-grown courtyard, whereof the house formed a third side, and a low terrace walk overlooking the garden and the neighbouring hills the fourth. I don't believe there was an uncracked stone in the whole pavement. In the centre was a melancholy statue, so piebald in its decay that it looked exactly as if it had been covered with sticking plaster and afterwards powdered. The stables, coach-houses, offices were all empty, all ruinous, all utterly deserted. Doors had lost their hinges and were holding on by their latches. Windows were broken, painted plaster had peeled off and was lying about in clods. Fowls and cats had so taken possession of the outbuildings that I couldn't help thinking of the fairy tales and eyeing them with suspicion as transformed retainers waiting to be changed back again. One old Tom in particular, a scraggy brute with a hungry green eye, a poor relation in reality, I am inclined to think, came prowling round and round me, as if he half believed for the moment that I might be the hero come to marry the lady and set all to rights. But discovering his mistake, he suddenly gave a grim snarl and walked away with such tremendous tail that he couldn't get into the little hole where he lived, but was obliged to wait outside until his indignation and his tail had gone down together. In a sort of summer house, or whatever it may be, in this colonnade, some Englishmen had been living, like grubs in a nut, but the Jesuits had given them notice to go, and they had gone, and that was shut up too. The house, a wandering, echoing, thundering barrack of a place, with the lower windows barred up, as usual, was wide open at the door, and I have no doubt I might have gone in, and gone to bed, and gone dead, and nobody a bit the wiser. Only one suite of rooms on an upper floor was tenanted, and from one of these the voice of a young lady vocalist practising bravura lustily came flaunting out upon the silent evening. I went down into the garden, intended to be prim and quaint, with avenues and terraces and orange trees and statues and water in stone basins, and everything was green, gaunt, weedy, straggling, undergrown or overgrown, mildewy, damp, redolent of all sort of slabby, clammy, creeping and uncomfortable life. There was nothing bright in the whole scene but a firefly, one solitary firefly, showing against the dark bushes like the little speck of the departed glory of the house, and even it went flitting up and down at sudden angles, and leaving a place with a jerk, and describing an irregular circle, and returning to the same place with a twitch that startled one, as if it were looking for the rest of the glory, and wondering, heaven knows it might, what had become of it. In the course of 2 months, the flitting shapes and shadows of my dismal entering reverie gradually resolved themselves into familiar forms and substances, and I already began to think that when the time should come, a year hence, for closing the long holiday and turning back to England, I might part from Genoa with anything but a glad heart. It is a place that grows upon you every day. There seems to be always something to find out in. There are the most extraordinary alleys and byways to walk about in. You can lose your way, what a comfort that is when you are idle, 20 times a day if you like, and turn up again under the most unexpected and surprising difficulties. It abounds in the strangest contrasts, things that are picturesque, ugly, mean, magnificent, delightful, and offensive, break upon the view at every turn. Those who would know how beautiful the country immediately surrounding Genoa is should climb, in clear weather, to the top of Monte Faccio, or at least ride round the city walls, a feat more easily performed. No prospect can be more diversified and lovely than the changing views of the harbour and the valleys of the 2 rivers, the Polcevera and the Bisagno, from the heights along which the strongly fortified walls are carried, like the Great Wall of China in little. In not the least picturesque part of this ride, there is a fair specimen of the real Genoese tavern, where the visitor may derive good entertainment from real Genoese dishes, such as staglierini, ravioli, German sausages strong of garlic, sliced and eaten with fresh green figs, cock's combs and sheep's kidneys, chopped up with mutton chops and liver, small pieces of some unknown part of a calf, twisted into small shreds, fried and served up in a great dish like white bait, and other curiosities of that kind. They often get wine at these suburban trattorie from France and Spain and Portugal, which is brought over by small captains in little trading vessels. They buy it at so much a bottle, without asking what it is, or caring to remember if anybody tells them, and usually divide it into 2 heaps, of which they label one champagne and the other Madeira. The various opposite flavours, qualities, countries, ages, and vintages that are comprised under these 2 general heads is quite extraordinary. The most limited range is probably from cool Gruel up to old Marsala, and down again to apple tea. The great majority of the streets are as narrow as any thoroughfare can well be, where people, even Italian people, are supposed to live and walk about, being mere lanes with here and there a kind of well or breathing place. The houses are immensely high, painted in all sorts of colours, and are in every stage and state of damage, dirt, and lack of repair. They are commonly let off in floors or flats, like the houses in the old town of Edinburgh, or many houses in Paris. There are few street doors. The entrance halls are, for the most part, looked upon as public property, and any moderately enterprising scavenger might make a fine fortune by now and then clearing them out. As it is impossible for coaches to penetrate into these streets, there are sedan chairs, gilded and otherwise, for hire in divers places. A great many private chairs are also kept among the nobility and gentry, and at night these are trotted to and fro in all directions, preceded by bearers of great lanthorns made of linen stretched upon a frame. The sedans and lanthorns are the legitimate successors of the long strings of patient and much abused mules that go jingling their little bells through these confined streets all day long. They follow them as regularly as the stars the sun. When shall I forget the streets of palaces, the Strada Nuova and the Strada Balbi, or how the former looked one summer day when I first saw it underneath the brightest and most intensely blue of summer skies, which its narrow perspective of immense mansions reduced to a tapering and most precious strip of brightness, looking down upon the heavy shade below. A brightness not too common, even in July and August, to be well esteemed. For, if the truth must out, There were not 8 blue skies in as many midsummer weeks, saving sometimes early in the morning when, looking out to sea, the water and the firmament were one world of deep and brilliant blue. At other times, there were clouds and haze enough to make an Englishman grumble in his own climate. The endless details of these rich palaces, the walls of some of them, within alive with masterpieces by Van Dyck, the great heavy stone balconies, one above another, and tier over tier, with here and there one larger than the rest, towering high up, a huge marble platform, the doorless vestibules, massively barred lower windows, immense public staircases, thick marble pillars, strong dungeon-like arches, and dreary, dreaming, echoing vaulted chambers, among which the eye wanders again and again and again, as every palace is succeeded by another. The terrace gardens between house and house, with green arches of the vine and groves of orange trees and blushing oleander in full bloom 20, 30, 40 feet above the street. The painted halls, mouldering and blotting and rotting in the damp corners, and still shining out in beautiful colours and voluptuous designs where the walls are dry. The faded figures on the outsides of the houses holding wreaths and crowns and flying upward and downward and standing in niches, and here and there looking fainter and more feeble than elsewhere, by contrast with some fresh little cupids who, on a more recently decorated portion of the front, are stretching out what seems to be the semblance of a blanket, but is, indeed, a sundial, the steep, uphill streets of small palaces, but very large palaces for all that, with marble terraces looking down into close byways, the magnificent and innumerable churches, and the rapid passage from a street of stately edifices into a maze of the vilest squalor, steaming with unwholesome stenches, and swarming with half-naked children and whole worlds of dirty people, make up altogether such a scene of wonder. So lively and yet so dead, so noisy and yet so quiet, so obtrusive and yet so shy and lowering, so wide awake and yet so fast asleep, that it is a sort of intoxication to a stranger to walk on and on and on and look about him. A bewildering phantasmagoria with all the inconsistency of a dream and all the pain and all the pleasure of an extravagant reality. The different uses to which some of these palaces are applied all at once is characteristic. For instance, the English banker, my excellent and hospitable friend, has his office in a good-sized palazzo in the Strada Nuova. In the hall, every inch of which is elaborately painted, but which is as dirty as a police station in London, a hook-nosed Saracen's head with an immense quantity of black hair, there is a man attached to it, sells walking sticks. On the other side of the doorway, a lady with a showy handkerchief for head-dress, wife of the Saracen's Head, I believe, sells articles of her own knitting, and sometimes flowers. A little further in, 2 or 3 blind men occasionally beg. Sometimes they are visited by a man without legs on a little go-cart, but who has such a fresh-coloured, lively face and such a respectable, well-conditioned body that he looks as if he had sunk into the ground up to his middle, or had come, but partially, up a flight of cellar steps to speak to somebody. A little further in, a few men, perhaps, lay asleep in the middle of the day, or they may be chairmen waiting for their absent freight. If so, they have brought their chairs in with them, and there they stand also. On the left of the hall is a little room, a hatter's shop. On the first floor is the English bank. On the first floor also is a whole house, and a good large residence too. Heaven knows what there may be above that, but when you are there, you have only just begun to go upstairs, and yet, coming downstairs again, thinking of this, and passing out a great crazy door in the back of the hall, instead of turning the other way to get into the street again, it bangs behind you, making the dismalest and most lonesome echoes, and you stand in a yard, the yard of the same house, which seems to have been unvisited by human foot for 100 years. Not a sound disturbs its repose. Not a head, thrust out of any of the grim, dark, jealous windows within sight, makes the weeds of the cracked pavement faint of heart by suggesting the possibility of there being hands to grub them up. Opposite to you is a giant figure carved in stone, reclining with an urn upon a lofty piece of artificial rockwork, and out of the urn dangles the fag end of a leaden pipe, which, once upon a time, poured a small torrent down the rocks. But the eye sockets of the giant are not drier than this channel is now. He seems to have given his urn, which is nearly upside down, a final tilt, and after crying like a sepulchral child, all gone, to have lapsed into a stony silence. In the streets of shops, the houses are much smaller, but of great size notwithstanding, and extremely high. They are very dirty, quite undrained if my nose be at all reliable, and emit a peculiar fragrance, like the smell of very bad cheese kept in very hot blankets. Notwithstanding the height of the houses, there would seem to have been a lack of room in the city, for new houses are thrust in everywhere. Wherever it has been possible to cram a tumble-down tenement into a crack or corner, in it has gone. If there be a nook or angle in the wall of a church, or a crevice in any other dead wall of any sort, there you are sure to find some kind of habitation, looking as if it had grown there like a fungus. Against the government house, against the old Senate house, round about any large building, little shops stick so close like parasite vermin to the great carcass. And for all this, look where you may, up steps, down steps, anywhere, everywhere, there are irregular houses, receding, starting forward, tumbling down, leaning against their neighbours, crippling themselves or their friends by some means or other, until one, more irregular than the rest, chokes up the way and you can't see any further. One of the rottenest looking parts of the town, I think, is down by the landing wharf, though it may be that its being associated with a great deal of rottenness on the evening of our arrival has stamped it deeper in my mind. Here, again, the houses are very high, and are of an infinite variety of deformed shapes, and have, as most of the houses have, something hanging out of a great many windows and wafting its frowsy fragrance on the breeze. Sometimes it is a curtain, sometimes it is a carpet, sometimes it is a bed, sometimes a whole line full of clothes, but there is almost always something. Before the basement of these houses is an arcade over the pavement, very massive, dark and low, like an old crypt. The stones or plaster of which it is made has turned quite black, and against every one of these black piles all sorts of filth and garbage seem to accumulate spontaneously. Beneath some of the arches, the sellers of macaroni and polenta establish their stalls, which are by no means inviting. The offal of a fish market near at hand, that is to say, of a back lane, where people sit upon the ground and on various old bulkheads and sheds, and sell fish when they have any to dispose of, and of a vegetable market constructed on the same principle, are contributed to the decoration of this quarter. And, as all the mercantile business is transacted here, and it is crowded all day, it has a very decided flavour about it. The Porto Franco, or free port, where goods brought in from foreign countries pay no duty until they are sold and taken out, as in a bonded warehouse in England, is down here also, and two portentous officials in cocked hats stand at a gate to search you if they choose, and to keep out monks and ladies. For sanctity, as well as beauty, has been known to yield to the temptation of smuggling, and in the same way, that is to say, by concealing the smuggled property beneath the loose folds of its dress. So, sanctity and beauty may by no means enter. The streets of Genoa would be all the better for the importation of a few priests of prepossessing appearance. Every fourth or fifth man in the streets is a priest or a monk, and there is pretty sure to be at least one itinerant ecclesiastic inside or outside every hackney carriage on the neighbouring roads. I have no knowledge elsewhere of more repulsive countenance than are to be found among these gentry. If nature's handwriting be at all legible, greater varieties of sloth, deceit, and intellectual torpor could hardly be observed among any class of men in the world. Mr. Pepys once heard a clergyman assert in his sermon, in illustration of his respect for the priestly office, that if he could meet a priest and angel together, he would salute the priest first. I am rather of the opinion of Petrarch, who, when his pupil, Boccaccio, wrote to him in great tribulation that he had been visited and admonished for his writings by a Carthusian friar who claimed to be a messenger immediately commissioned by heaven for that purpose, replied that for his own part he would take the liberty of testing the reality of the commission by personal observation of the messenger's face, eyes, forehead, behaviour, and discourse. I cannot but believe myself, from similar observation, that many unaccredited celestial messengers may be seen skulking through the streets of Genoa, or droning away their lives in other Italian towns. Perhaps the Cappuccini, though not a learned body, are, as an order, the best friends of the people. They seem to mingle with them more immediately as their counsellors and comforters, and to go among them more when they are sick, and to pry less than some other orders into the secrets of families for the purpose of establishing a baleful ascendancy over their weaker members, and to be influenced by a less fierce desire to make converts, and, once made, to let them go to ruin, soul and body. They may be seen in their coarse dress in all parts of the town at all times, and begging in the markets early in the morning. The Jesuits, too, muster strong in the streets, and go slinking noiselessly about in pairs like black cats. In some of the narrow passages, distinct trades congregate. There is a street of jewellers, and there is a row of booksellers, but even down in places where nobody ever can or ever could penetrate in a carriage, there are mighty old palaces shut in among the gloomiest and closest walls, and almost shut out from the sun. Very few of the tradesmen have any idea of setting forth their goods or disposing them for show. If you, a stranger, want to buy anything, you usually look round the shop till you see it, then clutch it, if it's within reach, and inquire how much. Everything is sold at the most unlikely place. If you want coffee, you go to a sweetmeat shop. If you want meat, you will probably find it behind an old checked curtain, down a half-dozen steps, in some sequestered nook, as hard to find as if the commodity were poison, and Genoa's law were death to any that uttered it. Most of the apothecaries' shops are great lounging places. Here, grave men with sticks sit down in the shade for hours together, passing a meagre Genoa paper from hand to hand, and talking drowsily and sparingly about the news. 2 or 3 of these are poor physicians, ready to proclaim themselves on an emergency, and tear off with any messenger who may arrive. You may know them by the way in which they stretch their necks to listen when you enter, and by the sigh with which they fall back again into their dull corners on finding that you only want medicine. Few people lounge in the barbers' shops, though they are very numerous, as hardly any man shaves himself. But the apothecaries has its group of loungers who sit back among the bottles, with their hands folded over the tops of their sticks. So still and quiet that either you don't see them in the darkened shop, or mistake them, as I did one ghostly man in bottle green one day, with a hat like a stopper, for horse medicine. On a summer evening, the Genoese are as fond of putting themselves, as their ancestors were of putting houses, in every available inch of space in and about the town. In all the lanes and alleys, and up every little ascent, and on every dwarf wall, and on every flight of steps, they cluster like bees. Meanwhile, and especially on festa days, the bells of the churches ring incessantly, not in peals or any known form of sound, but in a horrible, irregular, jerking dingle, 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 with a sudden stop at every 15th dingle or so, which is maddening. This performance is usually achieved by a boy up in the steeple, who takes hold of the clapper or a little rope attached to it, and tries to dingle louder than every other boy similarly employed. The noise is supposed to be particularly obnoxious to evil spirits, but looking up into the steeple and seeing and hearing these young Christians thus engaged, one might very naturally mistake them for the enemy. Festa days, early in autumn, are very numerous. All the shops were shut up, twice within a week, for these holidays, and one night all the houses in the neighbourhood of a particular church were illuminated, while the church itself was lighted outside with torches, and a grove of blazing links was erected in an open space outside one of the city's gates. This part of the ceremony is prettier and more singular a little way in the country, where you can trace the illuminated cottages all the way up a steep hillside, and where you pass festoons of tapers wasting away in the starlight night before some lonely little house upon the road. On these days they always dress the church of the saint in whose honour the festa is holden very gaily. Gold-embroidered festoons of different colours hang from the arches, the altar furniture is set forth, and sometimes even the lofty pillars are swathed from top to bottom in tight-fitting draperies. The cathedral is dedicated to San Lorenzo. On San Lorenzo's day we went into it just as the sun was setting. Although these decorations are usually in very indifferent taste, the effect just then was very superb indeed. For the whole building was dressed in red, and the sinking sun, streaming in through a great red curtain in the chief doorway, made all the gorgeousness its own. When the sun went down, and it gradually grew quite dark inside, except for a few twinkling tapers on the principal altar and some small dangling silver lamps, it was very mysterious and effective. But sitting in any of the churches towards evening is like a mild dose of opium. With the money collected at a festa, they usually pay for the dressing of the church, and for the hiring of the band, and for the tapers. If there be any left, which seldom happens, I believe, the souls in purgatory get the benefit of it. They are also supposed to have the benefit of the exertion of certain small boys who shake money boxes before some mysterious little building like rural turnpikes, which, usually shut up close, fly open on red-letter days and disclose an image and some flowers inside. Just without the city gates, on the Albarra road, is a small house with an altar in it, and a stationary money box, also for the benefit of the souls in purgatory. Still, further to stimulate the charitable, there is a monstrous painting on the plaster on either side of the grated door, representing a select party of souls frying. One of them has a grey moustache and an elaborate head of grey hair, as if he had been taken out of a hairdresser's window and cast into the furnace. There he is, a most grotesque and hideously comic old soul, forever blistering in the real sun and melting in the mimic fire, for the gratification and improvement, and the contributions of the poor Genoese. They are not a very joyous people, and are seldom seen to dance on their holidays, the staple places of entertainment among the women being the churches and the public walks. They are very good-tempered, obliging, and industrious. Industry has not made them clean, for their habitations are extremely filthy, and their usual occupation on a fine Sunday morning is to sit at their doors hunting in each other's heads. but their dwellings are so close and confined that if those parts of the city had been beaten down by Messina on the time of the terrible blockade, it would have at least occasioned one public benefit among many misfortunes. The peasant women, with naked feet and legs, are so constantly washing clothes in the public tanks and in every stream and ditch that one cannot help wondering, in the midst of all this dirt, who wears them when they are clean. The custom is to lay the wet linen which is being operated upon on a smooth stone and hammer away at it with a flat wooden mallet. This they do as furiously as if they were revenging themselves on dress in general for being connected with the fall of mankind. It is not unusual to see, lying on the edge of the tank at these times, or on another flat stone, an unfortunate baby, tightly swathed up, arms and legs and all, in an enormous quantity of wrapper, so that it is unable to move a toe or finger. This custom, which we often see represented in old pictures, is universal among the common people. A child is left anywhere without the possibility of crawling away, or is accidentally knocked off a shelf, or tumbled out of bed, or is hung up to a hook now and then, and left dangling like a doll at an English rag shop, without the least inconvenience to anybody. I was sitting one Sunday, soon after my arrival, in the little country church of San Martino, a couple of miles from the city, while a baptism took place. I saw the priest and an attendant with a large taper, and a man and a woman and some others, but I had no more idea until the ceremony was all over that it was a baptism, or that the curious little stiff instrument that was passed from one to another in the course of the ceremony by the handle, like a short poker, was a child, than I had that it was my own christening. I borrowed the child afterwards for a minute or two. It was lying across the font then, and found it very red in the face, but perfectly quiet, and not to be bent on any terms. The number of cripples in the streets soon ceased to surprise me. There are plenty of saints' and virgins' shrines, of course, generally at the corners of streets. The favourite memento to the faithful about Genoa is a painting representing a peasant on his knees with a spade and some other agricultural implements beside him, and the Madonna with the infant Saviour in her arms appearing to him in a cloud. This is the legend of the Madonna della Guardia, a chapel on a mountain within a few miles, which is in high repute. It seems that this peasant lived all alone by himself, tilling some land atop of the mountain, where, being a devout man, he daily said his prayers to the Virgin in the open air, for his hut was a very poor one. Upon a certain day, the Virgin appeared to him, as in the picture, and said, "Why do you pray in the open air and without a priest?" The peasant explained because there was neither priest nor church at hand, a very uncommon complaint indeed in Italy. "I should wish then," said the celestial visitor, "to have a chapel built here, in which the prayers of the faithful may be offered up." "But Santissima Madonna," said the peasant, "I am a poor man, and chapels cannot be built without money. They must be supported too, Santissima, for to have a chapel and not support it liberally is a wickedness, a deadly sin." This sentiment gave great satisfaction to the visitor. "Go," said she. "There is such a village in the valley on the left, and such another village in the valley on the right, and such another village elsewhere, that will gladly contribute to the building of a chapel. Go to them, relate what you have seen, and do not doubt that sufficient money will be forthcoming to erect my chapel, or that it will afterwards be handsomely maintained." All of which, miraculously, turned out to be quite true. And, in proof of this predication and revelation, there is a chapel of the Madonna della Guardia, rich and flourishing at this day. The splendour and variety of the Genoese churches can hardly be exaggerated. The church of the Annunziata especially, built, like many of the others, at a cost of one noble family, and now in slow progress of repair. From the outer door to the utmost height of its high cupola, is so elaborately painted and set in gold that it looks, as Simond described it in his charming book on Italy, like a great enamelled snuff-box. Most of the richer churches contain some beautiful pictures or other embellishments of great price, almost universally set side by side with sprawling effigies of maudlin monks and the various trash and tinsel ever seen. It may be a consequence of the frequent direction of the popular mind and pocket to the souls in the purgatory, but there is very little tenderness for the bodies of the dead here. For the very poor, there are immediately outside one angle of the walls and behind a jutting point of the fortification near the sea, certain common pits, one for every day in the year, which all remain closed up until the turn of each come for its daily reception of dead bodies. Among the troops in the town, there are usually some Swiss, more or less. When any of these die, they are buried out of a fund maintained by such of their countrymen as are resident in Genoa. Their providing coffins for these men is matter of great astonishment to the authorities. Certainly, the effect of this promiscuous and indecent splashing down of dead people in so many wells is bad. It surrounds death with revolting associations that insensibly becomes connected with those whom death is approaching. Indifference and avoidance are the natural result, and all the softening influences of the great sorrow are harshly disturbed. There is a ceremony, when an old cavalier or the like expires, of erecting a pile of benches in the cathedral to represent his bier, covering them over with a pall of black velvet, putting his hat and sword on the top, making a little square of seats about the whole, and sending out formal invitations to his friends and acquaintances to come and sit there and hear Mass, which is performed at the principal altar, decorated with an infinity of candles for that purpose. When the better kind of people die, or are at the point of death, their nearest relations generally walk off, retiring into the country for a little change, and leaving the body to be disposed of without any superintendence from them. The procession is usually formed, and the coffin borne, and the funeral conducted by a body of persons called a confraternita, who, as a kind of voluntary penance, undertake to perform these offices in regular rotation for the dead, but who, mingling something of pride with their humility, are dressed in a loose garment covering their whole person, and wear a hood concealing the face, with breathing holes and apertures for the eyes. The effect of this costume is very ghastly, especially in the case of a certain blue confraternita belonging to Genoa, who, to say the least of them, are very ugly customers, and who look, suddenly encountered in their pious ministration in the streets, as if they were ghouls or demons bearing off the body for themselves. Although such a custom may be liable to the abuse attendant on many Italian customs of being recognized as a means of establishing a current account with heaven on which to draw too easily for future bad actions, or as an expiation for past misdeeds, it must be admitted to be a good one, and a practical one, and one involving unquestionably good works. A voluntary service like this is surely better than the imposed penance, not at all an infrequent one, of giving so many licks to such and such a stone in the pavement of the cathedral, or than a vow to the Madonna to wear nothing but blue for a year or two. This is supposed to give great delight above, blue being, as is well known, the Madonna's favourite colour. Women who have devoted themselves to this act of faith are very commonly seen walking in the streets. There are 3 theatres in the city, besides an old one now rarely opened. The most important, the Carlo Felice, the opera house of Genoa, is a very splendid, commodious and beautiful theatre. A company of comedians were acting there when we arrived, and soon after their departure a second-rate opera company came. The great season is not until the carnival time, in the spring. Nothing impressed me so much in my visits here, which were pretty numerous, as the uncommonly hard and cruel character of the audience, who resent the slightest effect, take nothing good-humouredly, seem to be always lying in wait for an opportunity to hiss and spare the actresses as little as the actors. But, as there is nothing else of a public nature at which they are allowed to express the least disapprobation, perhaps they are resolved to make the most of this opportunity. There are a great number of Piedmontese officers too, who are allowed the privilege of kicking their heels in the pit for next to nothing. Gratuitous or cheap accommodation for these gentlemen being insisted on by the governor in all public or semi-public entertainments. They are lofty critics in consequence, and infinitely more exacting than if they made the unhappy manager's fortune. The Teatro Diurno, or day theatre, is a covered stage in the open air, where the performances take place by daylight in the cool of the afternoon, commencing at 4 or 5 o'clock and lasting some 3 hours. It is curious, sitting among the audience, to have a fine view of the neighbouring hills and houses, and to see the neighbours at their windows looking on, and to hear the bells of the churches and convents ringing at most complete cross-purposes with the scene. Beyond this, and the novelty of seeing a play in the fresh pleasant air, with the darkening evening closing in, there is nothing very exciting or characteristic in the performances. The actors are indifferent, and, though they sometimes represent one of Goldoni's comedies, the staple of the drama is French. Anything like nationality is dangerous to despotic governments and Jesuit-beleaguered kings. The Theatre of the Puppets, or Marionetti, a famous company from Milan, is, without any exception, the drollest exhibition I ever beheld in my life. I never saw anything so exquisitely ridiculous. They look between 4 and 5 feet high, but are really much smaller, for when a musician in the orchestra happens to put his hat on the stage, it becomes alarmingly gigantic and almost blots out an actor. They usually play a comedy and a ballet. The comic man in the comedy I saw one summer night is a waiter in a hotel. There never was such a locomotive actor since the world began. Great pains are taken with him. He has extra joints in his legs, and a practical eye with which he winks at the pit in a manner that is absolutely insupportable to a stranger, but which the initiated audience, mainly composed of the common people, receive, so they do everything else, quite as a matter of course, and as if he were a man. His spirits are prodigious. He continually shakes his legs and winks his eye. And there is a heavy father with grey hair, who sits down on the regular conventional stage bank, and blesses his daughter in the regular conventional way, who is tremendous. No one would suppose it possible that anything short of a real man could be so tedious. It is the triumph of art. In the ballet, an enchanter runs away with a bride in the very hour of her nuptials. He brings her to his cave and tries to soothe her. They sit down on a sofa, the regular sofa in the regular place, OP's second entrance, and a procession of musicians enter, one creature playing a drum and knocking himself off his legs at every blow. These, failing to delight her, dancers appear. 4 first, then 2, the flesh-coloured 2. The way in which they dance, the height to which they spring, the impossible and inhuman extent to which they pirouette, the revelation of their preposterous legs, the coming down with a pause on the very tips of their toes when the music requires it, the gentlemen's retiring up when it is the ladies' turn, and the ladies retiring up when it is the gentlemen's turn, the final passion of a pas de deux, and the going off with a bound. I shall never see a real ballet with a composed countenance again. I went, another night, to see these puppets act a play called St. Helena, or The Death of Napoleon. It began by the disclosure of Napoleon, with an immense head, seated on a sofa in his chamber at St. Helena, to whom his valet entered with this obscure announcement: "Sir, you ud Sion Lao." Sir Hudson, that you could have seen his regimentals, was a perfect mammoth of a man to Napoleon, hideously ugly, with a monstrously disproportionate face and a great clump for the lower jaw to express his tyrannical and obdurate nature. He began his system of persecution by calling his prisoner General Buonaparte, to which the latter replied with the deepest tragedy: "Sir, you ud Sion Lao, call me not thus. Repeat that phrase and leave me. I am Napoleon, Emperor of France." Sir Yu Sion, nothing daunted, proceeded to entertain him with an ordinance of the British government, regulating the state he should preserve, and the furniture of his rooms, and limiting his attendance to 4 or 5 persons. "4 or 5 for me," said Napoleon. "Me, 100,000 men, were lately at my sole command. And this English officer talks of 4 or 5 for me." Throughout the piece, Napoleon, who talked very like the real Napoleon and was, forever, having small soliloquies by himself, was very bitter on these English officers and these English soldiers, to the great satisfaction of the audience, who were perfectly delighted to have Lao bullied, and who, whenever Lao said General Buonaparte, which he always did, always receiving the same correction, quite execrated him. It would be hard to say why, for Italians have little cause to sympathize with Napoleon, heaven knows. There was no plot at all, except that a French officer, disguised as an Englishman, came to propound a plan of escape, and being discovered, but not before Napoleon had magnanimously refused to steal his freedom, was immediately ordered off by Lao to be hanged. In 2 very long speeches, which Lao made memorable by winding up with "Yas" to show that he was English, which brought down thunders of applause. Napoleon was so affected by this catastrophe that he fainted away on the spot and was carried out by 2 other puppets. Judging from what followed, it would appear that he never recovered the shock, for the next act showed him, in a clean shirt, in his bed, curtains crimson and white, where a lady, prematurely dressed in mourning, brought 2 little children who kneeled down by the bedside, while he made a decent end, the last word of his lips being "Waterloo." It was unspeakably ludicrous. Bonaparte's boots were so wonderfully beyond control, and did such marvellous things of their own accord, doubling themselves up, and getting under tables, and dangling in the air, and sometimes skating away with him, out of all human knowledge when he was in full speech, mischances which were not rendered the less absurd by a settled melancholy depicted on his face. To put an end to one conference with Lao, he had to go to a table and read a book, when it was the finest spectacle I ever beheld, to see his body bending over the volume like a bootjack, and his sentimental eyes glaring obstinately into the pit. He was prodigiously good in bed, with an immense collar to his shirt, and his little hands outside the coverlet. So was Dr. Antomarchi, represented by a puppet with long lank hair, like Marworms, who, in consequence to some derangement of his wires, hovered about the couch like a vulture, and gave medical opinions in the air. He was almost as good as Lao, though the latter was great at all times, a decided brute and villain, beyond all possibility of mistake. Lao was especially fine at the last, when, hearing the doctor and the valet say, "The Emperor is dead," he pulled out his watch and wound up the piece, not the watch, by exclaiming, with characteristic brutality, "Ha ha! 11 minutes to 6. The general dead, and the spy hanged." This brought the curtain down triumphantly. There is not in Italy, they say, and I believe them, a lovelier residence than the Palazzo Peschiere, or Palace of the Fish Ponds, whither we removed as soon as our 3 months' tenancy of the Pink Jail at Albaro had ceased and determined. It stands on a height within the walls of Genoa, but aloof from the town, surrounded by beautiful gardens of its own, adorned with statues, vases, fountains, marble basins, terraces, walks of orange trees and lemon trees, groves of roses and camellias. All their apartments are beautiful in their proportions and decorations, but the great hall, some 50 feet in height, with 3 large windows at the end overlooking the whole town of Genoa, the harbour, and the neighbouring sea, affords one of the most fascinating and delightful prospects in the world. Any house more cheerful and habitable than the great rooms are within, it would be difficult to conceive, and certainly nothing more delicious than the scene without, in sunshine or in moonlight, could be imagined. It is more like an enchanted place in an Eastern story than a grave and sober lodging. How you may wander on from room to room and never tire of the wild fancies on the walls and ceilings, as bright in their fresh colouring as if they had been painted yesterday, or how one floor, or even the great hall which opens on 8 other rooms, is a spacious promenade, or how there are corridors and bed-chambers above, which we never use and rarely visit, and scarcely know the way through, or how there is a view of perfectly different character on each of the 4 sides of the building, matters little. But that prospect from the hall is like a vision to me. I go back to it in fancy as I have done in calm reality 100 times a day, and stand there looking out with the sweet scents from the garden rising up about me in a perfect dream of happiness. There lies all Genoa, in beautiful confusion, with its many churches, monasteries and convents, pointing up into a sunny sky, and down below me, just where the roofs begin, a solitary convent parapet, fashioned like a gallery, with an iron across at the end, where sometimes early in the morning I have seen a little group of dark-veiled nuns gliding sorrowfully to and fro, and stopping now and then to peep down upon the waking world in which they have no part. Old Montefaccio, brightest of hills in good weather, but sulkiest when storms are coming on, is here upon the left. The fort within the walls, the good king built it to command the town, and beat the houses of the Genoese about their ears, in case they should be discontented, commands that height upon the right. The broad sea lies beyond, in front there, and that line of coast, beginning by the lighthouse and tapering away, a mere speck in the rosy distance, is the beautiful coast road that leads to Nice. The garden near at hand, among the roofs and houses, all red with roses and fresh with little fountains, is the Acquasola, a public promenade, where the military band plays gaily, and the white veils cluster thick, and the Genoese nobility ride round and round and round, in state clothes and coaches at least, if not in absolute wisdom. Within a stone's throw, as it seems, the audience of the day theatre sit, their faces turned this way, but as the stage is hidden, it is very odd, without a knowing of the cause, to see their faces changed so suddenly from earnestness to laughter, and the odder still, to hear the rounds upon rounds of applause rattling in the evening air to which the curtain falls. But, being Sunday night, they act their best and most attractive play. And now the sun is going down in such magnificent array of red and green and golden light as neither pen nor pencil could depict. And to the ringing of the vesper bells, darkness sets in at once without a twilight. Then lights begin to shine in Genoa and on the country road, and the revolving lanthorn out at sea there, flashing for an instant on this palace front and portico, illuminates it as if there were a bright moon bursting from behind a cloud, then merges it into deep obscurity. And this, so far as I know, is the only reason why the Genoese avoid it after dark and think it haunted. My memory will haunt it many nights in time to come, but nothing worse I will engage. The same ghost will occasionally sail away, as I did one pleasant autumn evening, into the bright prospect and sniff the morning air at Marseille. The corpulent hairdresser was still sitting in his slippers outside his shop door there, but the twirling ladies in the window, with the natural inconsistency of their sex, had ceased to twirl and were languishing, stock still, with their beautiful faces addressed to blind corners of the establishment, where it was impossible for admirers to penetrate. The steamer had come from Genoa in a delicious run of 18 hours, and we were going to run back again by the Cornice road from Nice, not being satisfied to have seen only the outside of the beautiful towns that rise in picturesque white clusters from among the olive woods and rocks and hills upon the margin of the sea. The boat which started for Nice that night at 8 o'clock was very small and so crowded with goods that there was scarcely room to move. Neither was there anything to eat on board except bread, nor to drink except coffee. But being due at Nice at about 8 or so in the morning, this was of no consequence. So, when we began to wink at the bright stars, in involuntary acknowledgment of their winking at us, we turned into our berths in a crowded but cool little cabin and slept soundly till morning. The boat, being as dull and dogged a little boat as ever was built, it was within an hour of noon when we turned into Nice harbour, where we very little expected anything but breakfast. But we were laden with wool. Wool must not remain in the custom house at Marseille more than 12 months at a stretch, without paying duty. It is a custom to make fictitious removals of unsold wool to evade this law, to take it somewhere when the 12 months are already out, bring it straight back again, and warehouse it as a new cargo for nearly 12 months longer. This wool of ours had come originally from some place in the East. It was recognized as Eastern produce the moment we entered the harbour. Accordingly, the gay little Sunday boats, full of holiday people, which had come out to greet us, were warned away by the authorities. We were declared in quarantine, and a great flag was solemnly run up the masthead of the wharf to make it known to all the town. It was a very hot day indeed. We were unshaved, unwashed, undressed, unfed, and could hardly enjoy the absurdity of lying blistering in a lazy harbour, with the town looking on from a respectful distance, all manner of whiskered men in cocked hats discussing our fate at a remote guard-house, with gestures. We looked very hard at them through telescopes, expressive of a week's detention at least, and nothing whatever the matter all the time. But even in this crisis, the brave courier achieved a triumph. He telegraphed somebody, I saw nobody, either naturally connected with the hotel or put en rapport with the establishment for that occasion only. The telegraph was answered, and in half an hour or less there came a loud shout from the guard-house. The captain was wanted. Everybody helped the captain into his boat. Everybody got his luggage and said we were going. The captain rowed away and disappeared behind a little jutting corner of the galley's slave prison, and presently came back with something very sulkily. The brave courier met him at the side and received the something as its rightful owner. It was a wicker basket folded in linen cloth, and in it were 2 great bottles of wine, a roast fowl, some salt fish chopped with garlic, a great loaf of bread, a dozen or so of peaches, and a few other trifles. When we had selected our own breakfast, the brave courier invited a chosen party to partake of these refreshments, and assured them that they need not be deterred by motives of delicacy, as he would order a second basket to be furnished at their expense. Which he did, one knows how, and by the captain being again summoned, again sulkily returning with another something, over which my popular attendant presided as before, carving with a clasp knife his own personal property, something smaller than a Roman sword. The whole party on board were made merry by these unexpected supplies, but none more so than a loquacious little Frenchman who got drunk in 5 minutes, and a sturdy Capuchino friar who had taken everybody's fancy mightily, and was one of the best friars in the world, I verily believe. He had a free, open countenance, and a rich brown flowing beard, and was a remarkably handsome man of about 50. He had come up to us early in the morning, and inquired whether we were sure to be at Nice by 11, saying that he particularly wanted to know, because if we reached it by that time, he would have to perform Mass, and must deal with a consecrated wafer, fasting, whereas, if there were no chance of his being in time, he would immediately breakfast. He made this communication under the idea that the brave courier was the captain, and indeed he looked much more like it than anybody else on board. Being assured that we should arrive in good time, he fasted and talked fasting to everybody with the most charming good humour, answering jokes at the expense of friars, with other jokes at the expense of laymen, and saying that, friar as he was, he would engage to take up the 2 strongest men on board, one after the other, with his teeth, and carry them along the deck. Nobody gave him the opportunity, but I dare say he could have done it, for he was a gallant, noble figure of a man, even in the Capuchino dress, which is the ugliest and most ungainly that can well be. All this had given great delight to the loquacious Frenchman, who gradually patronized the friar very much, and seemed to commiserate him as one who might have been born a Frenchman himself, but for an unfortunate destiny. Although his patronage was such as a mouse might bestow upon a lion, he had a vast opinion of its condescension, and in the warmth of that sentiment occasionally rose on tiptoe to slap the friar on the back. When the baskets arrived, it being then too late for Mass, the friar went to work bravely, eating prodigiously of the cold meat and bread, drinking deep draughts of the wine, smoking cigars, taking snuff, sustaining an uninterrupted conversation with all hands, and occasionally running to the boat's side and hailing somebody on shore with the intelligence that we must be got out of this quarantine somehow or other, as he had to take part in a great religious procession in the afternoon. After this, he would come back, laughing lustily from pure good humour, while the Frenchman wrinkled his small face into 10,000 creases, and said how droll it was, and what a brave boy was that friar. At length the heat of the sun without, and the wine within, made the Frenchman sleepy. So, in the noontide of his patronage of his gigantic protégé, he lay down among the wool, and began to snore. It was 4 o'clock before we were released, and the Frenchman, dirty and woolly and snuffy, was still sleeping when the friar went ashore. As soon as we were free, we all hurried away to wash and dress, that we might make a decent appearance at the procession, and I saw no more of the Frenchman until we took up our station in the main street to see it pass, when he squeezed himself into a front place, elaborately renovated, threw back his little coat to show a broad barred velvet waistcoat, sprinkled all over with stars, then adjusted himself and his cane so as utterly to bewilder and transfix the friar when he should appear. The procession was a very long one, and included an immense number of people divided into small parties, each party chanting nasally on its own account, without reference to any other, and producing a most dismal result. There were angels, crosses, virgins carried on flatboards surrounded by cupids, crowns, saints, missals, infantry, tapers, monks, nuns, relics, dignitaries of the church in green hats, walking under crimson parasols, and, here and there, a species of sacred street lamp hoisted on a pole. We looked out anxiously for the Cappuccini, and presently their brown robes and corded girdles were seen coming on in a body. I observed the little Frenchman chuckle over the idea that when the friar saw him in the broad barred waistcoat, he would mentally exclaim, "Is that my patron, that distinguished man, and would be covered with confusion. Ah, never was the Frenchman so deceived. As our friend the Cappuccino advanced, with folded arms, he looked straight into the visage of the little Frenchman with a bland, serene, composed abstraction not to be described. There was not the faintest trace of recognition or amusement on his features, not the smallest consciousness of bread and meat, wine, snuff, or cigars. "C'est lui-même," I heard the little Frenchman say, in some doubt. Oh yes, it was himself. It was not his brother or his nephew, very like him. It was he. He walked in great state, being one of the superiors of the order, and looked his part to admiration. There never was anything so perfect of its kind as the contemplative way in which he allowed his placid gaze to rest upon us, his late companions, as if he had never seen us in his life, and didn't see us then. The Frenchman, quite humbled, took off his hat at last, but the friar still passed on, with the same imperturbable serenity, and the broad barred waistcoat, fading into the crowd, was seen no more. The procession wound up with a discharge of musketry that shook all the windows in the town. Next afternoon we started for Genoa by the famed Cornice road. The half-French, half-Italian Vetturino, who undertook, with his little rattling carriage and pair, to convey us thither in 3 days, was a careless, good-looking fellow, whose light-heartedness and singing propensities knew no bounds as long as we went on smoothly. So long he had a word and a smile and a flick of his whip for all the peasant girls, and odds and ends of the Sonnambula for all the echoes. So long he went jingling through every little village, with bells on his horses and rings in his ears, a very meteor of gallantry and cheerfulness. But it was high characteristic to see him under a slight reverse of circumstances, when, in one part of the journey, we came to a narrow place where a wagon had broken down and stopped up the road. His hands were twined in his hair immediately, as if a combination of all the direst accidents in life had suddenly fallen on his devoted head. He swore in French, prayed in Italian, and went up and down, beating his feet on the ground in a very ecstasy of despair. There were various carters and mule drivers assembled round the broken wagon, and at last some man of an original turn of mind proposed that a general and a joint effort should be made to get things to right again, and clear the way, an idea which I verily believe would never have presented itself to our friend. It was done at no great cost of labour, but at every pause in the doing his hands were wound in his hair again, as if there were no ray of hope to lighten his misery. The moment he was on his box once more, and clattering briskly downhill, he returned to the Sonnambula and the peasant girls, as if it were not in the power of misfortune to depress him. Much of the romance of the beautiful towns and villages on this beautiful road disappears when they are entered, for many of them are very miserable. The streets are narrow, dark, and dirty. The inhabitants lean and squalid, and the withered old women, with their wiry grey hair twisted up in a knot on the top of the head, like a pad to carry loads on, are so intensely ugly, both along the Riviera and in Genoa too, that, seen straggling about in dim doorways with their spindles, or crooning together in by-corners, they are like a population of witches, except that they certainly are not to be suspected of brooms or any other instrument of cleanliness. Neither are the pigskins, in common use to hold wine, and hung out in the sun in all directions by any means ornamental, as they always preserve the form of very bloated pigs, with their heads and legs cut off, dangling upside down by their own tails. These towns, as they are seen in the approach, however, nestling with their clustering roofs and towers among trees on steep hillsides, or built upon the brink of noble bays, are charming. The vegetation is everywhere luxuriant and beautiful, and the palm tree makes a novel feature in the novel scenery. In one town, Sanremo, a most extraordinary place, built on gloomy open arches, so that one might ramble underneath the whole town. There are plenty terrace gardens. In other towns there is the clang of shipwrights' hammers, and the buildings of small vessels on the beach. In some of the broad bays the fleets of Europe might ride at anchor. In every case, each little group of houses present, in the distance, some enchanting confusion of picturesque and fanciful shapes. The road itself, now high above the glittering sea which breaks against the foot of the precipice, now turning inland to sweep the shore of a bay, now crossing the stony bed of a mountain stream, now low down on the beach, now winding among riven rocks of many forms and colours, now checkered by a solitary ruined tower, one of a chain of towers built in old time to protect the coast from the invasion of the Barbary corsairs, presents new beauties every moment. When its own striking scenery is past, and it trails on through a long line of suburb lying on a flat seashore to Genoa, then the changing glimpses of that noble city and its harbour awaken a new source of interest, freshened by every huge, unwieldy, half-inhabited old house in its outskirts. And, coming to its climax when the city gate is reached, and all Genoa, with its beautiful harbour and neighbouring hills, burst proudly on the view. To Parma, Modena and Bologna, I strolled away from Genoa on the 6th of November, bound for a good many places, England among them, but first for Piacenza, for which town I started in the coupe of a machine something like a travelling caravan, in company with a brave courier and a lady with a large dog who howled dolefully at intervals all night. It was very wet and very cold, very dark and very dismal. We travelled at a rate of barely 4 miles an hour and stopped nowhere for refreshment. At 10 o'clock next morning, we changed coaches at Alessandria, where we were packed up in another coach, the body whereof would have been small for a fly, in company with a very old priest, a young Jesuit, his companion, who carried their breviaries and other books, and who, in the exertion of getting into the coach, had made a gash of pink leg between his black stocking and his black knee shorts that reminded one of Hamlet in Ophelia's closet, only it was visible on both legs. A provincial avvocato, and a gentleman with a red nose that had an uncommon and singular sheen upon it, which I never observed in the human subject before. In this way we travelled on until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the roads being still very heavy and the coach very slow. To mend the matter, the old priest was troubled with cramps in his legs, so that he had to give a terrible yell every 10 minutes or so, and be hoisted out by the united efforts of the company, the coach always stopping for him with great gravity. This disorder and the roads formed the main subject of conversation. Finding, in the afternoon, that the coupe had discharged 2 people, and had only 1 passenger inside, a monstrous ugly Tuscan with a great purple moustache, of which no man could see the ends when he had his hat on. I took advantage of its better accommodation, and, in company with this gentleman, who was very conversational and good-humoured, travelled on until nearly 11 o'clock at night, when the driver reported that he couldn't think of going any farther, and we accordingly made a halt at a place called Stradella. The inn was a series of strange galleries surrounding a yard where our coach and a wagon or 2 and a lot of fowls and firewood were all heaped up together, higgledy-piggledy, so that you didn't know and couldn't have taken your oath which was a fowl and which was a cart. We followed a sleepy man with a flaring torch into a great cold room where there were 2 immensely broad beds, on what looked like 2 immensely broad deal dining tables. Another deal table of similar dimensions in the middle of the bare floor, 4 windows and 2 chairs. Somebody said it was my room, and I walked up and down it for half an hour or so, staring at the Tuscan, the old priest, the young priest, and the avvocato. Red Nose lived in the town and had gone home. who sat upon their beds and stared at me in return. The rather dreary whimsicality of this stage of the proceedings is interrupted by an announcement from the brave, he had been cooking, that supper is ready, and to the priest's chamber, the next room and the counterpart of mine, we all adjourned. The first dish is a cabbage, boiled with a great quantity of rice in a tureen full of water, and flavoured with cheese. It is so hot, and we are so cold, that it appears almost jolly. The second dish is some little bits of pork fried with pig's kidneys. The third, 2 red fowls. The fourth, 2 little red turkeys. The fifth, a huge stew of garlic and truffles, and I don't know what else. And this concludes the entertainment. Before I can sit down in my own chamber and think it of the dampest, the door opens, and the brave comes moving in the middle of such quantity of fuel that he looks like Birnam Wood taking a winter walk. He kindles this heap in a twinkling, and produces a jorum of hot brandy and water, for that bottle of his keeps company with the seasons, and now holds nothing but the purest eau de vie. When he has accomplished this feat, he retires for the night, and I hear him for an hour afterwards, and indeed until I fall asleep, making jokes in some outhouse, apparently under the pillow, where he is smoking cigars with a party of confidential friends. He never was in this house in his life before, but he knows everybody everywhere, before he has been anywhere 5 minutes, and is certain to have attracted to himself, in the meantime, the enthusiastic devotion of the whole establishment. This is at 12 o'clock at night. At 4 o'clock next morning, he is up again, fresher than a full-blown rose, making blazing fires without the least authority from the landlord, producing mugs of scalding coffee when nobody else can get anything but cold water, and going into the dark streets and roaring for fresh milk on the chance of somebody with a cow getting up to supply it. While the horses are coming, I stumble out into the town too. It seems to be all one little piazza, with a cold damp wind blowing in and out of the arches, alternately in a sort of pattern. But it is profoundly dark and raining heavily, and I shouldn't know it tomorrow if I were taken there to try, which heaven forbid. The horses arrive in about an hour. In the interval, the driver swears, sometimes Christian oaths, sometimes pagan oaths. Sometimes, when it is a long compound oath, he begins with Christianity and merges into paganism. Various messengers are dispatched, not so much after the horses as after each other, for the first messenger never comes back, and all the rest imitate him. At length the horses appear, surrounded by all the messengers, some kicking them, and some dragging them, and all shouting abuse to them. Then the old priest, the young priest, the avvocato, the Tuscan, and all of us take our places. The sleepy voices proceeding from the doors of extraordinary hutches in divers parts of the yard cry out, "Addio, corriere mio! Buon viaggio, corriere!" Salutations which the courier, with his face one monstrous grin, returns in like manner as we go jolting and wallowing away through the mud. At Piacenza, which was 4 or 5 hours' journey from the inn at Stradella, we broke up our little company before the hotel door, with diverse manifestations of friendly feeling on all sides. The old priest was taken with a cramp again before he had got halfway down the street, and the young priest laid the bundle of books on a doorstep, while he dutifully rubbed the old gentleman's legs. The client of the avvocato was waiting for him at the yard gate, and kissed him on each cheek with such a resounding smack that I am afraid he had either a very bad case or a scantily furnished purse. The Tuscan, with a cigar in his mouth, went loitering off, carrying his hat in his hand, that he might the better trail up the ends of his dishevelled moustache. And the brave courier, as he and I strolled away to look about us, began immediately to entertain me with the private histories and family affairs of the whole party. A brown, decayed old town Piacenza is. a deserted, solitary, grass-grown place with ruined ramparts, half-filled-up trenches which afford a frowsy pasturage to the lean kine that wander about them, and streets of stern houses, moodily frowning at the other houses over the way. The sleepiest and shabbiest of soldiery go wandering about, with the double curse of laziness and poverty, uncouthly wrinkling their misfitting regimentals. The dirtiest of children play with their impromptu toys, pigs and mud, in the feeblest of gutters, and the gauntest of dogs trot in and out of the dullest of archways in perpetual search of something to eat which they never seem to find. A mysterious and solemn palace, guarded by two colossal statues, twin genii of the place, stand gravely in the midst of the idle town, and the king with the marble legs, who flourished in the time of the 1,001 Nights, might live contentedly inside of it, and never have the energy in his upper half of flesh and blood to want to come out. What a strange, half-sorrowful and half-delicious doze it is to ramble through these places gone to sleep and basking in the sun. Each, in its turn, appears to be, of all the mouldy, dreary, God-forgotten towns in the wide world, the chief. Sitting on this hillock where a bastion used to be, and where a noisy fortress was in the time of the old Roman station here, I became aware that I have never known till now what it is to be lazy. A dormouse must surely be in very much the same condition before he retires under the wool in his cage, or a tortoise before he buries himself. I feel that I am getting rusty, that any attempt to think would be accompanied with a creaking noise, that there is nothing anywhere to be done or needing to be done, that there is more human progress, motion, effort, or advancement of any kind beyond this, that the whole scheme stopped here centuries ago and laid down to rest until the day of judgment. Never while the brave courier lives. Behold him jungling out of Piacenza and staring this way in the tallest post and chaise ever seen, so that he looks out of the front window as if he were peeping over a garden wall, while the postilion, concentrated essence of all the shabbiness of Italy, pauses for a moment in his animated conversation to touch his hat to a blunt-nosed little virgin, hardly less shabby than himself, enshrined in a plaster Punch's show outside the town. In Genoa and thereabouts, they train the vines on trellis work, supported on square clumsy pillars which, in themselves, are anything but picturesque. But here they twine them around trees and let them trail among the hedges, and the vineyards are full of trees regularly planted for this purpose, each with its own vine twining and clustering about it. Their leaves are now of the brightest gold and deepest red, and never was anything so enchantingly graceful and full of beauty. Through miles of these delightful forms and colours the road winds its way. The wild festoons, the elegant wreaths, the crowns, the garlands of all shapes, the fairy nets flung over great trees and making them prisoners in sport, the tumbled heaps and mounds of exquisite shapes upon the ground, how rich and beautiful they are! And every now and then a long, long line of trees will be all bound and garlanded together, as if they had taken hold of one another and were coming dancing down the field. Parma has cheerful stirring streets for an Italian town, and consequently is not so characteristic as many places of less note. Always excepting the retired piazza, where the cathedral, baptistry, and campanile, ancient buildings of a sombre brown, embellished with innumerable grotesque monsters and dreamy-looking creatures carved in marble and red stone, are clustered in a noble and magnificent repose. Their silent presence was only invaded when I saw them by the twittering of the many birds that were flying in and out of the crevices in the stones and little nooks in the architecture where they had made their nests. They were busy, rising from the cold shade of temples made with hand into the sunny air of heaven. Not so the worshippers within, who were listening to the same drowsy chaunt, or kneeling before the same kinds of images and tapers, or whispering with their heads bowed down in the self-same dark confessionals as I had left in Genoa and everywhere else. The decayed and mutilated paintings with which the church is covered have, to my thinking, a remarkably mournful and depressing influence. It is miserable to see great works of art, something of the souls of painters, perish and fading away like human forms. This cathedral is odorous with the rotting of Correggio's frescoes in the cupola. Heaven knows how beautiful they may have been at one time. Connoisseurs fall into raptures with them now, but such a labyrinth of arms and legs, such heaps of foreshortened limbs, entangled and involved and jumbled together, no operative surgeon gone mad could imagine in his wildest delirium. There is a very interesting subterranean church here, the roof supported by marble pillars, behind each of which there seemed to be at least one beggar in ambush, to say nothing of the tombs and secluded altars. From every one of these lurking places, such crowds of phantom-looking men and women, leading other men and women with twisted limbs, or chattering jaws, or paralytic gestures, or idiotic heads, or some other sad infirmity, came hobbling out to beg that if the ruined frescoes in the cathedral above had been suddenly animated and had retired to this lower church, they could hardly have made a greater confusion, or exhibited a more confounding display of arms and legs. There is Petrarch's monument too, and there is a baptistry with its beautiful arches and immense font, and there is a gallery containing some very remarkable pictures, whereof a few were being copied by hairy-faced artists, with little velvet caps more off their heads than on. There is a Farnese palace too, and in one of its dreariest spectacles of decay that ever was seen, a grand old gloomy theatre mouldering away. It is a large wooden structure of the horseshoe shape, the lower seats arranged upon the Roman plan, but above them great heavy chambers, rather than boxes, where the nobles sat, remote in their proud state. Such desolation as has fallen on this theatre, enhanced in the spectator's fancy by its gay intention and design, none but worms can be familiar with. 110 years have passed since any play was acted here. The sky shines in through the gashes in the roof. The boxes are dropping down, wasting away and only tenanted by rats. Damp and mildew smear the faded colours and make spectral maps upon the panels. Lean rags are dangling down where there were gay festoons on the proscenium. The stage has rotted so that a narrow wooden gallery is thrown across it, or it would sink beneath the treads and bury the visitor in the gloomy depth beneath. The desolation and decay impress themselves on all the senses. The air has a mouldering smell and an earthy taste. Any stray outer sounds that straggle in with some lost sunbeam are muffled and heavy, and the worm, the maggot, and the rot have changed the surface of the wood beneath the touch, as time will seem and roughen a smooth hand. If ever ghosts act plays, they can act them on this ghostly stage. It was most delicious weather when we came into Modena, where the darkness of the sombre colonnades over the footways skirting the main street on either side was made refreshing and agreeable by the bright sky, so wonderfully blue. I passed from all the glory of the day into a dim cathedral where high mass was performing, feeble tapers were burning, people were kneeling in all directions before all manners of shrines, and officiating priests were crooning the usual chant in the usual low, dull, drawling, melancholy tone. Thinking how strange it was to find in every stagnant town this same heart beating with the same monotonous pulsation, the centre of the same torpid, listless system, I came out by another door, and was suddenly scared to death by a blast from the shrillest trumpet that ever was blown. Immediately came tearing round the corner an equestrian company from Paris, marshalling themselves under the walls of the church, and flouting with their horses' heel the griffins, lions, tigers, and other monsters in stone and marble decorating its exterior. First, there came a stately nobleman with a great deal of hair and no hat, bearing an enormous banner on which was inscribed Mazeppa tonight. Then a Mexican chief with a great pear-shaped club on his shoulder, like Hercules. Then 6 or 8 Roman chariots, each with a beautiful lady in extremely short petticoats and unnaturally pink tights erect within, shedding beaming looks upon the crowd, in which there was a latent expression of discomposure and anxiety for which I couldn't account until, as the opening back of each chariot presented itself, I saw the immense difficulty with which the pink legs maintained their perpendicular over the uneven pavement of the town, which gave me quite a new idea of the ancient Romans and Britons. The procession was brought to a close by some dozen indomitable warriors of different nations, riding 2 and 2 and haughtily surveying the tame population of Modena, among whom, however, they occasionally condescended to scatter largesse in the form of a few handbills. After caracoling among the lions and tigers, and proclaiming that evening's entertainments with blast of trumpet, it then filed off by the other end of the square and left a new and greatly increased dullness behind. When the procession had so entirely passed away that the shrill trumpet was mild in the distance, and the tail of the last horse was hopelessly round the corner, the people who had come out of the church to stare at it went back in again. But one old lady, kneeling on the pavement within, near the door, had seen it all, and had been immensely interested without getting up. And this old lady's eye, at that juncture, I happened to catch, to our mutual confusion. She cut our embarrassment very short, however, by crossing herself devoutly, and going down at full length on her face, before a figure in a fancy petticoat and a gilt crown, which was so like one of the processing figures, that perhaps at this hour she may think the whole appearance a celestial vision. Anyhow, I must certainly have forgiven her interest in the circus, though I had been her father confessor. There was a little fiery-eyed old man with a crooked shoulder in the cathedral, who took it very ill that I made no effort to see the bucket, kept in an old tower, which the people of Modena took away from the people of Bologna in the 14th century, and about which there was war made, and a mock-heroic poem by Tassone too. Being quite content, however, to look at the outside of the tower and feast in imagination on the bucket within, and preferring to loiter in the shade of the tall campanile and about the cathedral, I have no personal knowledge of this bucket even at the present time. Indeed, we were at Bologna before this little old man, or the guidebook, would have considered that we had half done justice to the wonders of Modena. But it is such a delight to me to leave new scenes behind and still go on encountering newer scenes. And, moreover, I have such a perverse disposition in respect of sights that are cut and dried and dictated, that I fear I sin against similar authorities in every place I visit. Be this as it may, in the pleasant cemetery at Bologna I found myself walking next Sunday morning among the stately marble tombs and colonnades, in company with a crowd of peasants, and escorted by a little cicerone of that town, who was excessively anxious for the honour of the place, and most solicitous to divert my attention from the bad monuments, whereas he was never tired of extolling the good ones. Seeing this little man, a good-humoured little man he was, who seemed to have nothing in his face but shining teeth and eyes, looking wistfully at a certain plot of grass, I asked him who was buried there. "The poor people, signore," he said, with a shrug and a smile, and stopping to look back at me, for he always went on a little before, and took off his hat to introduce every new monument. "Oh, the poor, signore! It's very cheerful, it's very lively, how green it is, how cool! It's like a meadow, there are 5. holding up all the fingers of his right hand to express the number, which an Italian peasant will always do, if it be within the compass of his 10 fingers. "There are 5 of my little children buried there, signore, just there, a little to the right. Well, thanks to God, it's very cheerful. How green it is, how cool it is. It's quite a meadow." He looked me very hard in the face, and seeing I was sorry for him, took a pinch of snuff — every cicerone takes snuff — and made a little bow, partly in deprecation of his having alluded to such a subject, and partly in memory of the children and of his favourite saint. It was as unaffected and as perfectly natural a little bow as every man made. Immediately afterwards he took his hat off altogether and begged to introduce me to the next monument, and his eyes and his teeth shone brighter than before. Through Bologna and Ferrara. There was such a very smart official in attendance at the cemetery where the little cicerone had buried his children, that when the little cicerone suggested to me, in a whisper, that there would be no offence in presenting this officer in return for some slight extra service with a couple of Pauls, about 10 English money, I looked incredulously at his cocked hat, wash leather gloves, well-made uniform, and dazzling buttons, and rebuked this little cicerone with a grave shake of the head. For, in splendour of appearance, he was at least equal to the deputy usher of the Black Rod, and the idea of his carrying, as Jeremy Diddler would say, such a thing as 10 away with him, seemed monstrous. He took it in excellent part, however, when I made bold to give it him, and pulled off his cocked hat with a flourish that would have been a bargain at double the money. It seemed to be his duty to describe the monuments to the people. At all events, he was doing so, and when I compared him, like Gulliver in Brobdingnag, with the institution of my own beloved country, I could not refrain from tears of pride and exultation. He had no pace at all, no more than a tortoise. He loitered as the people loitered, that they might gratify their curiosity, and positively allowed them, now and then, to read the inscriptions on the tombs. He was neither shabby, nor insolent, nor churlish, nor ignorant. He spoke his own language with perfect propriety, and seemed to consider himself, in his way, a kind of teacher of the people, and to entertain a just respect for both himself and them. They would no more have such a man for a verger in Westminster Abbey than they would let the people in, as they do at Bologna, to see the monuments for nothing. Again, an ancient sombre town under the brilliant sky, with heavy arcades over the footways of the older streets, and lighter and more cheerful archways in the newer portions of the town. Again, brown piles of sacred buildings, with more birds flying in and out of chinks in the stones, and more snarling monsters for the base of the pillars. Again, rich churches, drowsy masses, curling incense, tinkling bells, priests in bright vestments, pictures, tapers, laced altar cloths, crosses, images, and artificial flowers. There is a grave and learned air about the city, and a pleasant gloom upon it that would leave it a distinct and separate impression in the mind among a crowd of cities, though it were not still further marked in the traveller's remembrance by the 2 brick leaning towers, sufficiently unsightly in themselves it must be acknowledged, inclining crosswise as if they were bowing stiffly to each other. A most extraordinary termination to the perspective of some of the narrow streets. The colleges, and churches too, and palaces, and above all, the Academy of Fine Arts, where there are a host of interesting pictures, especially by Guido Domenichino and Ludovico Carracci, give it a place of its own in the memory. Even though these were not, and there were nothing else to remember it by, the great meridian on the pavement of the church of San Petronio, where the sunbeams mark the time among the kneeling people, would give it a fanciful and pleasant interest. Bologna being full of tourists, detained there by an inundation which rendered the road to Florence impassable, I was quartered up at the top of a hotel in an out-of-the-way room which I never could find, containing a bed big enough for a boarding school which I couldn't fall asleep in. The chief among the waiters who visited this lonely retreat, where there were no other company but the swallows in the broad eaves over the window, was a man of one idea in connection with the English, and the subject of this harmless monomania was Lord Byron. I made the discovery by accidentally remarking to him at breakfast that the matting with which the floor was covered was very comfortable at that season, when he immediately replied that Milord Byron had been much attached to that kind of matting. Observing at the same moment that I took no milk, he exclaimed with enthusiasm that Milord Byron had never touched it. At first I took it for granted, in my innocence, that he had been one of the Byron servants. But no, he said, no, he was in the habit of speaking about my lord to English gentlemen, that was all. He knew all about him, he said. In proof of it, he connected him with every possible topic, from the Montepulciano wine at dinner, which was grown on an estate he had owned, to the big bed itself, which was the very model of his. When I left the inn, he coupled with his final bow in the yard a parting assurance that the road by which I was going had been Milord Byron's favourite ride, and before the horse's feet had well begun to clatter on the pavement, he ran briskly upstairs again, I dare say, to tell some other Englishman in some other solitary room that the guest who had just departed was Lord Byron's living image. I had entered Bologna by night, almost midnight, and all along the road thither, after our entrance into the papal territory, which is not, in any part, supremely well governed, St. Peter's Quays being rather rusty now, the driver had so worried about the danger of robbers in travelling after dark, and had so infected the brave courier, and the two had been so constantly stopping and getting up and down to look after a portmanteau which was tied on behind, that I should have felt almost obliged to anyone who would have had the goodness to take it away. Hence it was stipulated that, whenever we left Bologna, we should start so as not to arrive at Ferrara later than 8 at night. And a delightful afternoon and evening journey it was, albeit through a flat district which gradually became more marshy from the overflow of brooks and rivers in the recent heavy rains. At sunset, when I was walking on alone, while the horses rested, I arrived upon a little scene which, by one of those singular mental operations of which we are all conscious, seemed perfectly familiar to me, and which I see distinctly now. There was not much in it. In the blood-red light, there was a mournful sheet of water just stirring by the evening wind. Upon its margin, a few trees. In the foreground was a group of silent peasant girls leaning over the parapet of a little bridge and looking now up at the sky, now down into the water. In the distance, a deep bell, the shade of approaching night on everything. If I had been murdered there in some former life, I could not have seemed to remember the place more thoroughly, or with a more emphatic chilling of the blood. And the mere remembrance of it acquired in that minute is so strengthened by the imaginary recollection that I hardly think I could forget it. More solitary, more depopulated, more deserted, old Ferrara than any city of the Sullen Brotherhood. The grass so grows up in the silent streets that anyone might make hay there, literally, while the sun shines. But the sun shines with diminished cheerfulness in grim Ferrara, and the people are so few who pass and repass through the place that the flesh of its inhabitants might be grass indeed, and growing in the squares. I wonder why the head coppersmith in an Italian town always lives next door to the hotel or opposite, making the visitor feel as if the beating hammers were his own heart palpitating with a deadly energy. I wonder why jealous corridors surround the bedroom on all sides and fill it with unnecessary doors that can't be shut and will not open, and abut on pitchy darkness. I wonder why it is not enough that these distrustful genii stand agape at one's dreams all night, but there must also be round open portholes, suggestive when a mouse or rat is heard behind the wainscot, or a somebody scraping the wall with his toes in his endeavours to reach one of these portholes and look in. I wonder why the faggots are so constructed as to know of no effect but an agony of heat when they are lighted and replenished, and an agony of cold and suffocation at all other times. I wonder, above all, why it is the great feature of domestic architecture in Italian inns that all the fire goes up the chimney except the smoke. The answer matters little. Coppersmiths, doors, portholes, smoke, and faggots are welcome to me. Give me the smiling face of the attendant, man or woman, the courteous manner, the amiable desire to please and to be pleased, the light-hearted, pleasant, simple air, so many jewels set in dirt, and I am theirs again tomorrow. Ariosto's house, Tasso's prison, a rare old Gothic cathedral, and more churches, of course, are the sights of Ferrara. But the long silent streets and the dismantled palace, where ivy waves in lieu of banners, and where rank weeds are slowly creeping up the long untrodden stairs, are the best sights of all. The aspect of this dreary town, half an hour before sunrise one fine morning when I left it, was as picturesque as it seemed unreal and spectral. It was no matter that the people were not yet out of bed, for if they had all been up and busy, there would have made but little difference in that desert of a place. It was best to see it without a single figure in the picture, a city of the dead, with one solitary survivor. Pestilence might have ravaged streets, squares, and marketplaces, and sack and siege have ruined the old houses, battered down their doors and windows, and made breaches in their roofs. In one part, a great tower rose into the air, the only landmark in the melancholy view. In another, a prodigious castle, with a moat about it, stood aloof, a sullen city in itself. In the black dungeons of this castle, Parisina and her lover were beheaded in the dead of night. The red light, beginning to shine when I looked back upon it, stained its walls without, as they have, many a time, been stained within in old days. But for any sign of life they gave, the castle and the city might have been avoided by all human creatures from the moment when the axe went down upon the last of the two lovers, and might have never vibrated to another sound. Beyond the blow to the block, pierced through with forced and sullen shock. Coming to the Po, which was greatly swollen and running fiercely, we crossed it by a floating bridge of boats, and so came into the Austrian territory, and resumed our journey, through a country of which, for some miles, a great part was under water. The brave courier and the soldiery had first quarrelled, for half an hour or more, over our eternal passport. But this was a daily relaxation with the brave, who was always stricken deaf when shabby functionaries in uniform came, as they constantly did come, plunging out of wooden boxes to look at it, or, in other words, to beg, and who, stone deaf to my entreaties that the man might have a trifle given him, and we resume our journey in peace, was wont to sit reviling the functionary in broken English, while the unfortunate man's face was a portrait of mental agony framed in the coach window from his perfect ignorance of what was being said to his disparagement. There was a postilion in the course of this day's journey, as wild and savagely good-looking a vagabond as you would desire to see. He was a tall, stout-made, dark-complexioned fellow, with a profusion of shaggy black hair hanging all over his face, and great black whiskers stretching down his throat. His dress was a torn suit of rifle green, garnished here and there with red, a steeple-crowned hat, innocent of nap, with a broken and bedraggled feather stuck in the band, and a flaming red neckerchief hanging on his shoulders. He was not in the saddle, but reposed quite at his ease on a sort of low-foot board in front of the post-chairs, down amongst the horses' tails, convenient for having his brains kicked out at any moment. To this brigand, the brave courier, when we were at a reasonable trot, happened to suggest the practicability of going faster. He received the proposal with a perfect yell of derision, brandished his whip about his head, such a whip, it was more like a homemade bow, flung up his heels much higher than the horses, and disappeared in a paroxysm somewhere in the neighbourhood of the axle-tree. I fully expected to see him lying in the road, 100 yards behind, but up came the steeple-crowned hat again next minute, and he was seen reposing as on a sofa, entertaining himself with the idea, and crying, "Ha ha! What next? Oh, the devil! Faster too! Shoo-hoo!" This last ejaculation an inexpressibly defiant hoot. Being anxious to reach our immediate destination that night, I ventured, by and by, to repeat the experiment on my own account. It produced exactly the same effect. Round flew the whip with the same scornful flourish, up came the heels, down went the steeple-crowned hat, and presently he reappeared, reposing as before, and saying to himself, "Ha ha! What next? Faster too! Oh, the devil! Shoo-hoo!" An Italian Dream. I had been travelling for some days, resting very little in the night and never in the day. The rapid and unbroken succession of novelties that had passed before me came back like half-formed dreams, and a crowd of objects wandered in the greatest confusion through my mind as I travelled on by a solitary road. At intervals, someone among them would stop, as it were, in its restless flitting to and fro, and enable me to look at it quite steadily and behold it in full distinctness. After a few moments it would dissolve, like a view in a magic lantern, and while I saw some part of it quite plainly, and some faintly, and some not at all, would show me another of the many places I had lately seen, lingering behind it and coming through it. This was no sooner visible than, in its turn, it melted into something else. At one moment I was standing again before the brown old rugged churches of Modena. As I recognized the curious pillars with grim monsters for their bases, I seemed to see them standing by themselves in the quiet square at Padua, where there were the staid old university and the figures, demurely gowned, grouped here and there in the open space about it. Then I was strolling in the outskirts of that pleasant city, admiring the unusual neatness of the dwelling houses, gardens, and orchards as I had seen them a few hours before. In their stead arose, immediately, the 2 towers of Bologna, and the most obstinate of all these objects failed to hold its ground a minute before the monstrous moated castle of Ferrara, which, like an illustration to a wild romance, came back again in the red sunrise, lording it over the solitary, grass-grown, withered town. In short, I had that incoherent but delightful jumble in my brain, which travellers are apt to have and are indolently willing to encourage. Every shake of the coach in which I sat, half dozing in the dark, appeared to jerk some new recollection out of its place, and to jerk some other new recollection into it, and in this state I fell asleep. I was awakened after some time, as I thought, by the stopping of the coach. It was now quite night, and we were at the waterside. There lay here a black boat, with a little house or cabin in it of the same mournful colour. When I had taken my seat in this, the boat was paddled by 2 men towards a great light lying in the distance on the sea. Ever and again there was a dismal sigh of wind. It ruffled the water and rocked the boat, and sent the dark clouds flying before the stars. I could not but think how strange it was to be floating away at that hour, leaving the land behind and going on towards this light upon the sea. It soon began to burn brighter, and from being one light became a cluster of tapers twinkling and shining out of the water as the boat approached towards them by a dreamy kind of track marked out upon the sea by posts and piles. We had floated on 5 miles or so over the dark water when I heard it rippling in my dream against some obstruction near at hand. Looking out attentively, I saw, through the gloom, a something black and massive, like a shore, but lying close and flat upon the water, like a raft, which we were gliding past. The chief of the 2 rowers said it was a burial place. Full of the interest and wonder which a cemetery lying out there in the lonely sea inspired, I turned to gaze upon it as it should recede in our path, when it was quickly shut out from my view. Before I knew by what or how, I found that we were gliding up a street, a phantom street, the houses rising on both sides from the water, and the black boat gliding on beneath their windows. Lights were shining from some of these casements, plumbing the depth of the black stream with their reflected rays, but all was profoundly silent. So we advanced into the ghostly city, continued to hold our course through narrow streets and lanes, all filled and flowing with water. Some of the corners where our way branched off were so acute and narrow that it seemed impossible for the long slender boat to turn them, but the rowers, with a low melodious cry of warning, sent it skimming on without a pause. Sometimes the rowers of another black boat like our own echoed the cry, and slackening their speed, as I thought we did ours, would come flitting past us like a dark shadow. Other boats of the same sombre hue were lying moored, I thought, to painted pillars near to dark and mysterious doors that opened straight upon the water. Some of these were empty. In some the rowers lay asleep. Towards one I saw some figures coming down a gloomy archway from the interior of a palace, gaily dressed and attended by torch-bearers. It was but a glimpse I had of them, for a bridge so low and close upon the boat that it seemed ready to fall down and crush us. One of the many bridges that perplexed the dream, blotted them out instantly. On we went, floating towards the heart of this strange place, with water all about us where never water was elsewhere. Clusters of houses, churches, heaps of stately buildings growing out of it, and everywhere the same extraordinary silence. Presently we shot across a broad and open stream, and passing, as I thought, before a spacious paved quay, where the bright lamps with which it was illuminated showed long rows of arches and pillars, of ponderous construction and great strength, but as light to the eye as garlands of hoarfrost or gossamer, and where for the first time I saw people walking, arrived at a flight of steps leading from the water to a large mansion, where, having passed through corridors and galleries innumerable, I lay down to rest, listening to the black boats stealing up and down below the window of the rippling water till I fell asleep. The glory of the day that broke upon me in this dream, its freshness, motion, buoyancy, its sparkles of the sun in water, its clear blue sky and rustling air, no waking words can tell. But from my window I looked down on boats and barks, on masts, sails, cordage, flags, on groups of busy sailors working at the cargoes of these vessels, on wide quays strewn with bales, casks, merchandise of many kinds, on great ships lying near at hand in stately indolence, on islands crowned with gorgeous domes and turrets, and where golden crosses glittered in the light, atop of wondrous churches springing from the sea. Going down upon the margin of the green sea, rolling on before the door, and filling all the streets, I came upon a place of such surpassing beauty and such grandeur that all the rest was poor and faded in comparison with its absorbing loveliness. It was a great piazza, as I thought, anchored, like all the rest, in the deep ocean. On its broad bosom was a palace, more majestic and magnificent in its old age than all the buildings of the earth in the high prime of fullness of their youth. Cloisters and galleries, so light they might have been the work of fairy hands, so strong that centuries had battered them in vain, wound round and round this palace, and enfolded it with a cathedral, gorgeous in the wild luxuriant fancies of the East. At no great distance from its porch, a lofty tower, standing by itself, and rearing its proud head alone into the sky, looked out upon the Adriatic Sea. Near to the margin of the stream were two ill-omened pillars of red granite, one having on its top a figure with a sword and shield, the other a winged lion. Not far from these again, a second tower, richest of the rich in all its decorations, even here, where all was rich, sustained aloft a great orb, gleaming with gold and deepest blue. The 12 signs painted on it, and a mimic sun revolving in its course around them, while above, 2 bronze giants hammered out the hours upon a sounding bell. An oblong square of lofty houses of the whitest stone, surrounded by a light and beautiful arcade, formed part of this enchanted scene, and here and there gay masts for the flags rose, tapering from the pavement of the unsubstantial ground. I thought I entered the cathedral, and went in and out among its many arches, traversing its whole extent. A grand and dreamy structure of immense proportions, golden with old mosaics, redolent of perfumes, dim with the smoke of incense, costly in treasure of precious stones and metals, glittering through iron bars, holy with the bodies of deceased saints, rainbow-hued with windows of stained glass, dark with carved woods and coloured marbles, obscure in its vast heights and lengthened distances, shining with silver lamps and winking lights, unreal, fantastic, solemn, inconceivable throughout. I thought I entered the old palace, pacing silent galleries and council chambers, where the old rulers of this mistress of the waters looked sternly out in pictures from the walls, and where her high-prowed galleries, still victorious on canvas, fought and conquered as of old. I thought I wandered through its halls of state and triumph, bare and empty now, and musing on its pride and might, extinct, for that was past, all past, heard a voice say, some tokens of its ancient rule, and some consoling reasons for its downfall, may be traced here yet. I dreamed that I was led on, then, into some jealous rooms communicating with a prison near the palace, separated from it by a lofty bridge crossing a narrow street, and called, I dreamed, the Bridge of Sighs. But first I passed 2 jagged slits in a stone wall, the lions' mouths, now toothless, where, in the distempered horror of my sleep, I thought denunciations of innocent men to the old wicked council had been dropped through many a time when the night was dark. So, when I saw the council room to which such prisoners were taken for examination, and the door by which they passed out when they were condemned, a door that never closed upon a man with life and hope before him, my heart appeared to die within me. It was smitten harder, though, when, torch in hand, I descended from the cheerful day into 2 ranges, one below another, of dismal, awful, horrible stone cells. They were quite dark, Each had a loophole in its massive wall, where, in the old time, every day a torch was placed, I dreamed, to light the prisoner within for half an hour. The captives, by the glimmering of these brief rays, had scratched and cut inscriptions in the blackened vaults. I saw them, for their labour with a rusty nail's point had outlived their agony and them through many generations. One cell I saw, in which no man remained for more than 24 hours, being marked for dead before he entered it. Hard by another, and a dismal one, whereto at midnight the confessor came, a monk, brown-robed and hooded, ghastly in the day and free bright air, but in the midnight of that murky prison, hope's extinguisher and murder's herald. I had my foot upon the spot where, at the same dread hour, the shriven prisoner was strangled, and struck my hand upon the guilty door, low-browed and stealthy, through which the lumpish sack was carried out into a boat and rowed away and drowned where it was death to cast a net. Around this dungeon stronghold, and above some part of it, licking the rough walls without and smearing them with damp and slime within, stuffing dank weed and refuse into chinks and crevices, as if the very stones and bars had mouths to stop, furnishing a smooth road for the removal of the bodies of the secret victims of the state, a road so ready that it went along with them and ran before them, like a cruel officer, flowed the same water that filled this dream of mine, and made it seem one even at the time. Descending from the palace by a staircase called, I thought, the Giant's, I had some imaginary recollection of an old man abdicating, coming, more slowly and more feebly down it, when he heard the bell proclaiming his successor. I glided off in one of the dark boats until we came to an old arsenal guarded by 4 marble lions. To make my dream more monstrous and unlikely, one of these had words and sentences upon its body, inscribed there at an unknown time and in an unknown language, so that their purport was a mystery to all men. There was a little sound of hammers in this place for building ships, and little work in progress, for the greatness of the city was no more, as I have said. Indeed, it seemed a very wreck found drifting on the sea, a strange flag hoisted in its honourable stations, and strangers standing at its helm. A splendid barge, in which its ancient chief had gone forth pompously at certain periods to wed the ocean, lay here, I thought, no more. But in its place there was a tiny model made from recollection like the city's greatness, and it told of what had been, so are the strong and weak confounded in the dust, almost as eloquently as the massive pillars, arches, roofs reared to overshadow stately ships that had no other shadow now, upon the water or the earth. An armoury was there yet, plundered and despoiled, but an armoury, with a fierce standard taken from the Turks, drooping in the dull air of its cage. Rich suits of mail worn by great warriors were hoarded there, crossbows and bolts, quivers full of arrows, spears, swords, daggers, maces, shields, and heavy-headed axes. Plates of wrought steel and iron to make the gallant horse a monster cased in metal scales, and one spring weapon, easy to be carried in the breast, designed to do its office noiselessly, and made for shooting men with poisoned darts. One press or case I saw, full of accursed instruments of torture, horribly contrived to cramp and pinch and grind and crush men's bones, and tear and twist them with the torment of 1,000 deaths. Before it were 2 iron helmets with breast pieces made to close up tight and smooth upon the heads of living sufferers, and fastened on to each was a small knob or anvil, where the directing devil could repose his elbow at his ease and listen, near the walled-up ear, to the lamentations and confessions of the wretch within. There was that grim resemblance in them to the human shape. There were such moles of sweating faces, pained and cramped, that it was difficult to think them empty, and terrible distortions lingering within them seemed to follow me when, taking to my boat again, I rowed off to a kind of garden or public walk in the sea, where there were grass and trees. But I forgot them when I stood upon its farthest brink. I stood there in my dream, and looked along the ripple to the setting sun. Before me, in the sky and on the deep, a crimson flush, and behind me the whole city revolving in streaks of red and purple on the water. In the luxurious wonder of so rare a dream, I took but little heed of time, and had but little understanding of its flight. But there were days and nights in it, and when the sun was high, and when the rays of lamps were crooked in the running water, I was still afloat, I thought, plashing the slippery walls and houses with the cleavings of the tide, as my black boat, borne upon it, skimmed along the streets. Sometimes, alighting at the doors of the churches and vast palaces, I wandered on, from room to room, from aisle to aisle, through labyrinths of rich altars, ancient monuments, decayed apartments where the furniture, half awful, half grotesque, was mouldering away. Pictures were there, replete with such enduring beauty and expression, with such passion, truth and power, that they seemed so many young and fresh realities among a host of spectres. I thought these often intermingled with the old days of the city, with its beauties, tyrants, captains, patriots, merchants, counters, priests, nay, with its very stones and bricks and public places, all of which lived again about me on the walls. Then, coming down some marble staircase where the water landed and oozed against the lower steps, I passed into my boat again and went on in my dream. Floating down narrow lanes where carpenters, at work with plane and chisel in their shops, tossed the light shavings straight upon the water, where it lay like weed or ebbed away before me in a tangled heap. Past open doors, decayed and rotten from long steeping in the wet, through with some scanty patch of vine shone green and bright, making unusual shadows on the pavement with its trembling leaves. Past quays and terraces, where women, gracefully veiled, were passing and repassing, and where idlers were reclining in the sunshine on flagstones and on flight of steps. Past bridges, where there were idlers too, loitering and looking over. Below stone balconies erected at a giddy height before the loftiest windows of the loftiest houses. Past plots of gardens, theatres, shrines, prodigious piles of architecture, Gothic, Saracenic, fanciful with all the fancies of all times and countries. Past buildings that were high and low, and black and white, and straight and crooked, mean and grand, crazy and strong, twining among a tangled lot of boats and barges, and shooting out at last into a grand canal. There, in the errant fancy of my dream, I saw old Shylock passing to and fro upon a bridge, all built upon with shops, and humming with the tongues of men, a form I seemed to know for Desdemona's, leaned down through a latticed blind to pluck a flower. And in the dream I thought that Shakespeare's spirit was abroad upon the water somewhere, stealing through the city. At night, when 2 votive lamps burnt before an image of the Virgin in the gallery outside the great cathedral near the roof, I fancied that the great piazza of the Winged Lion was a blaze of cheerful light, and that its whole arcade was thronged with people, while crowds were diverting themselves in splendid coffee-houses opening from it, which were never shut, I thought, but open all night long. When the bronze giant struck the hour of midnight on the bell, I thought the life and animation of the city were all centred here, and as I rowed away, abreast of the silent quays, I only saw them dotted here and there, with sleeping boatmen wrapped up in their cloaks, and lying at full length upon the stones. But close about the quays and churches, palaces and prisons sucking at their walls and welling up into the secret places of the town, crept the water always. Noiseless and watchful, coiled round and round it in its many folds like an old serpent, waiting for the time, I thought, when people should look down into its depths for any stone of the old city that had claimed to be its mistress. Thus it floated me away until I awoke in the old marketplace at Verona. I have many and many a time thought since of this strange dream upon the water, half wondering if it lie there yet, and if its name be Venice. By Verona, Mantua, and Milan, across the pass to the Simplon into Switzerland. I had been half afraid to go to Verona, lest it should at all put me out of conceit with Romeo and Juliet. But I was no sooner come into the old marketplace than the misgiving vanished. It is so fanciful, quaint, and picturesque a place, formed by such an extraordinary and rich variety of fantastic buildings, that there could be nothing better at the core of even this romantic town, scene of one of the most romantic and beautiful of stories. It was natural enough to go straight from the marketplace to the house of the Capulets, now degenerated into a most miserable little inn. Noisy vetturini and muddy market carts were disputing possession of the yard, which was ankle-deep in dirt, with a brood of splashed and bespattered geese, and there was a grim-visaged dog, viciously panting in a doorway, who would certainly have had Romeo by the leg the moment he put it over the wall, if he had existed and been at large in those times. The orchard fell into other hands, and was parted off many years ago, but there used to be one attached to the house, or at all events there may have been, and the hat, capello, the ancient cognizance of the family, may still be seen carved in stone over the gateway of the yard. The geese, the market carts, their drivers, and the dog were somewhat in the way of the story, it must be confessed, and it would have been pleasanter to have found the house empty, and to have been able to walk through the disused rooms. But the hat was unspeakably comfortable, and the place where the garden used to be hardly less so. Besides, the house is a distrustful, jealous-looking house as one would desire to see, though of a very moderate size. So, I was quite satisfied with it, as a veritable mansion of old Capulet, and was correspondingly grateful in my acknowledgment to an extremely unsentimental middle-aged lady, the padrona of the hotel, who was lounging on the threshold looking at the geese, and who at least resembled the Capulets in the one particular of being very great indeed in the family way. From Juliet's home to Juliet's tomb is a transition as natural to the visitor as to fair Juliet herself, or to the proudest Juliet that ever has taught the torches to burn bright in any time. So I went off with a guide to an old garden, once belonging to an old convent, I suppose, and being admitted at a shattered gate by a bright-eyed woman who was washing clothes, went down some walks where fresh plants and young flowers were prettily growing among fragments of old wall and ivy-coloured mounds, and was shown a little tank, or water trough, which the bright-eyed woman, drying her arms upon her kerchief, called La Tomba di Giulietta la Sfortunata. With the best disposition in the world to believe, I could do no more than believe that the bright-eyed woman believed. So I gave her that much credit, and her customary fee in ready money. It was a pleasure, rather than a disappointment, that Juliet's resting place was forgotten. However consolatory it may have been to Yorick's ghost to hear the feet upon the pavement overhead, and 20 times a day the repetition of his name, it is better for Juliet to lie out of the track of tourists, and to have no visitors but such as come to graves in spring rain and sweet air and sunshine. Pleasant Verona, with its beautiful old palaces and charming country in the distance, seen from terrace walks and stately balustraded galleries, with its Roman gates still spanning the fair street and casting on the sunlight of today the shade of 1500 years ago, with its marble-fitted churches, lofty towers, rich architecture, and quaint old quiet thoroughfares where shouts of Montagues and Capulets once resounded, and made Verona's ancient citizens, cast by their grave, beseeming ornaments to wield old partisans. With its fast rushing river, picturesque old bridge, great castle, waving cypresses, and prospect so delightful and so cheerful. Pleasant Verona. In the midst of it, in the Piazza di Bra, a spirit of old time, among the familiar realities of the passing hour, is the great Roman amphitheatre, so well preserved and carefully maintained that every row of seats is there unbroken. Over certain of the arches, the old Roman numerals may yet be seen, and there are corridors and staircases and subterranean passages for beasts, and winding ways above ground and below, as when the fierce thousands hurried in and out, intent upon the bloody show of the arena. Nestling in some of the shadows and hollow places of the walls now are smiths with their forges, and a few small dealers of one kind or other, and there are green weeds and leaves and grass upon the parapet, but little else is greatly changed. When I had traversed all about it with great interest, and had gone up the topmost round of seats, and turning from the lovely panorama closed in by the distant Alps, looked down into the building, it seemed to lie before me like the inside of a prodigious hat of plaited straw, with an enormously broad brim and shallow crown, the plates being represented by the 44 rows of seats. The comparison is a homely and fantastic one, in sober remembrance and on paper, but it was irresistibly suggested at the moment, nevertheless. An equestrian troupe had been there a short time before, the same troupe, I dare say, that appeared to the old lady in the church at Modena, and had scooped out a little ring at one end of the area, where the performances had taken place, and where the marks of their horses' feet were still fresh. I could not but picture to myself a handful of spectators gathered together on one or two of the old stone seats, and a spangled cavalier being gallant or a Polichinello funny, with the grim walls looking on. Above all, I thought how strangely those Roman mutes would gaze upon the favourite comic scene of the travelling English, where a British nobleman, Lord John, with a very loose stomach, dressed in a blue-tailed coat down to his heels, bright yellow breeches, and a white hat, comes abroad, riding double on a rearing horse, with an English lady, Lady Betsy, in a straw bonnet and green veil, and a red spencer, and who always carries a gigantic reticule and a put-up parasol. I walked through and through the town all the rest of the day, and could have walked there until now, I think. In one place there was a very pretty modern theatre, where they had just performed the opera, always popular in Verona, of Romeo and Juliet. In another there was a collection under a colonnade of Greek, Roman and Etruscan remains, presided over by an ancient man who might have been an Etruscan relic himself, for he was not strong enough to open the iron gate when he had unlocked it, and had neither voice enough to be audible when he described the curiosities, nor sight enough to see them. He was so very old. In another place there was a gallery of pictures, so abominably bad that it was quite delightful to see them mouldering away. But anywhere, in the churches, among the palaces, in the streets, on the bridge, or down beside the river, it was always pleasant Verona, and in my remembrance always will be. I read Romeo and Juliet in my own room at the inn that night. Of course, no Englishman had ever read it there before, and set out for Mantua next day at sunrise, repeating to myself in the coupé of an omnibus, and next to the conductor, who was reading The Mysteries of Paris. There is no world without Verona's walls, but purgatory, torture, hell itself. Hence banished is banished from the world, and world's exile is death. Which reminded me that Romeo was only banished 25 miles after all, and rather disturbed my confidence in his energy and boldness. Was the way to Mantua as beautiful in his time, I wonder? Did it wind through pasture lands as green, bright with the same glancing streams, and dotted with fresh clumps of graceful trees? Those purple mountains lay on the horizon then, for certain, and the dresses of these peasant girls, who wear a great knobbed silver pin like an English life-preserver through their hair behind, can hardly be much changed. The hopeful feeling of so bright a morning, and so exquisite a sunrise, can have been no stranger even to an exiled lover's breast, and Mantua itself must have broken on him in the prospect with its towers and walls and water, pretty much as on a commonplace and matrimonial omnibus. He made the same sharp twists and turns, perhaps, over 2 rumbling drawbridges, passed through the light lawn-covered wooden bridge, and leaving the marshy water behind, approached the rusty gate of stagnant Mantua. If ever a man was suited to his place of residence, and his place of residence to him, the lean apothecary and Mantua came together in a perfect fitness of things. It may have been more stirring then, perhaps. If so, the apothecary was a man in advance of his time, and knew what Mantua would be in 1844. He fasted much, and that assisted him in his foreknowledge. I put up at the Hotel of the Golden Lion, and was in my own room arranging plans with the brave courier, when there came a modest little tap at the door, which opened on an outer gallery surrounding a courtyard, and an intensely shabby little man looked in to inquire if the gentleman would have a Cicero to show the town. His face was so very wistful and anxious in the half-opened doorway, and there was so much poverty expressed in his faded suit and little pinched hat, and in the threadbare worsted glove with which he held it, not expressed in the less, because these were evidently his genteel clothes hastily slipped on, that I would as soon have trodden on him as dismissed him. I engaged him on the instant, and he stepped in directly. While I finished the discussion in which I was engaged, he stood, beaming by himself in a corner, making a feint of brushing my hat with his arm. If his fee had been as many Napoleons as it was francs, there could not have shot over the twilight of his shabbiness such a gleam of sun as lighted up the whole man now that he was hired. "Well," said I, when I was ready, "shall we go out now?" "If the gentleman pleases. It is a beautiful day, a little fresh but charming, altogether charming. The gentleman will allow me to open the door. This is the inn yard, the courtyard of the Golden Lion. The gentleman will please to mind his footing on the stairs." We were now in the street. This is the street of the Golden Lion. This, the outside of the Golden Lion. The interesting window up there, on the first piano, where the pane of glass is broken, is the window of the gentleman's chamber. Having viewed all these remarkable objects, I inquired if there were much to see in Mantua. "Well, truly, no, not much. So, he said, shrugging his shoulders apologetically. "Many churches?" "No. Nearly all suppressed by the French." "Monasteries or convents?" "No, the French again. Nearly all suppressed by Napoleon." "Much business?" "Very little business." "Many strangers?" "Ah, heaven!" I thought he would have fainted. "Then, when we have seen the 2 large churches yonder, what shall we do next?" said I. He looked up the street and down the street, and rubbed his chin timidly, and then said, glancing in my face as if a light had broken on his mind, yet with a humble appeal to my forbearance that was perfectly irresistible, "We can take a little turn about the town, signore. Si può fare un piccolo giro della città." It was impossible to be anything but delighted with the proposal, so we set off together in great good humour. In the relief of his mind, he opened his heart and gave up as much of Mantua as a cicerone could. "One must eat," he said, "but bah! It was a dull place, without a doubt." He made as much as possible of the Basilica of Santa Andrea, a noble church, and of an enclosed portion of the pavement, about which tapers were burning, and a few people kneeling, and under which is said to be preserved the sangreal of the old romances. This church disposed of, and another after it, the Cathedral of San Pietro, we went to the museum, which was shut up. "It was all the same," he said. "Bah! There was not much inside." Then we went to see the Piazza del Diavolo, built by the devil, for no particular purpose in a single night. Then the Piazza Virgiliana, then the statue of Virgil, our poet, my little friend said, plucking up a spirit for the moment and putting his hat a little on one side. Then we went to a dismal sort of farmyard, by which a picture gallery was approached. The moment the gate of this retreat was opened, some 500 geese came waddling round us, stretching out their necks and clamouring in the most hideous manner, as if they were ejaculating, "Oh, here's somebody come to see the pictures! Don't go up! Don't go up!" While we went up, they waited very quietly about the door in a crowd, cackling to one another occasionally in a subdued tone, but the instant we appeared again, their necks came out like telescopes, and setting up a great noise, which meant, I have no doubt, "What, you would go, would you? What do you think of it? How do you like it?" They attended us to the outer gate, and cast us forth derisively into Mantua. The geese who saved the capital were, as compared to these, pork to the learned pig. What a gallery it was! I would take their opinion on a question of art in preference to the discourses of Sir Joshua Reynolds. Now that we were standing in the street, after being thus ignominiously escorted thither, my little friend was plainly reduced to the piccolo giro, or little circuit of the town he had formerly proposed. But my suggestion that we should visit the Palazzo Te, of which I had heard a great deal, as a strange wild place, imparted new life to him, and away we went. The secret of the length of Midas's ears would have been more extensively known if that servant of his, who whispered it to the reeds, had lived in Mantua, where there are reeds and rushes enough to have published it to all the world. The Palazzo Te stands in a swamp among this sort of vegetation, and is, indeed, as singular a place as I ever saw. Not for its dreariness, though it is very dreary. Not for its dampness, though it is very damp. Not for its desolate condition, though it is as desolate and neglected as house can be. But chiefly for the unaccountable nightmares with which its interior has been decorated, among other subjects of more delicate execution, by Giulio Romano. There is a leering giant over a certain chimney-piece, and there are dozens of giants, Titans warring with Jove, on the walls of another room, so inconceivably ugly and grotesque that it is marvellous how any man can have imagined such creatures. In the chamber in which they abound, these monsters, with swollen faces and cracked cheeks, and every kind of distortion of look and limb, are depicted as staggering under the weight of falling buildings, and being overwhelmed in the ruins, upheaving masses of rock, and burying themselves beneath, vainly striving to sustain the pillars of heavy roofs that topple down upon their heads, and, in a word, undergoing and doing every kind of mad and demoniacal destruction. The figures are immensely large, and exaggerated to the utmost pitch of uncouthness. The colouring is harsh and disagreeable, and the whole effect more like, I should imagine, a violent rush of blood to the head of the spectator, than any real picture set before him by the hand of an artist. This apoplectic performance was shown by a sickly-looking woman, whose appearance was referable, I dare say, to the bad air of the marshes. But it was difficult to help feeling as if she were too much haunted by the giants, and they were frightening her to death, all alone in that exhausted cistern of a palace, among the reeds and rushes, with the mist hovering about outside and stalking round and round it continually. Our walk through Mantua showed us, in almost every street, some suppressed church, now used for a warehouse, now for nothing at all as crazy and dismantled as they could be, short of tumbling down bodily. The marshy town was so intensely dull and flat that the dirt upon it seemed not to have come there by the ordinary course, but to have settled and mantled on its surface as on standing water. And yet there were some business dealings going on, and some profits realizing, for there were arcades full of Jews, where those extraordinary people were sitting outside their shops, contemplating their stores of stuffs and woolens and bright handkerchiefs and trinkets, and looking, in all respects, as wary and businesslike as their brethren in Houndsditch, London. Having selected a vetturino from among the neighbouring Christians, who agreed to carry us to Milan in 2.5 days, and to start next morning, as soon as the gates were opened, I returned to the Golden Lion and dined luxuriously in my own room, in a narrow passage between 2 bedsteads, confronted by a smoky fire and backed up by a chest of drawers. At 6 o'clock next morning, we were jingling in the dark through the wet cold mist that enshrouded the town, and before noon the driver, a native of Mantua and 60 years of age or thereabouts, began to ask the way to Milan. It lay through Bozzolo, formerly a little republic, and now one of the most deserted and poverty-stricken of towns, where the landlord of the miserable inn, God bless him, it was his weekly custom, was distributing infinitesimal coins among a clamour herd of women and children, whose rags were fluttering in the wind and rain outside his door, where they were gathered to receive his charity. It lay through mist and mud and rain and vines trained low upon the ground, all that day and the next. The first sleeping place being Cremona, memorable for its dark brick churches and immensely high tower, the Torrazzo, to say nothing of its violins, of which it certainly produces none in these degenerate days, and the second, Lodi. Then we went on, through more mud, mist and rain and marshy ground, and through such a fog as Englishmen, strong in the faith of their own grievances, are apt to believe is nowhere to be found but in their own country, until we entered the paved streets of Milan. The fog was so dense here that the spires of the far-famed cathedral might as well have been at Bombay, for anything that could be seen of it at that time. But as we halted to refresh for a few days then, and returned to Milan again the next summer, I had ample opportunities of seeing the glorious structure in all its majesty and beauty. All Christian homage to the saint who lies within it. There are many good and true saints in the calendar, but San Carlo Borromeo has, if I may quote Mrs. Primrose on such a subject, my warm heart. A charitable doctor to the sick, a munificent friend to the poor, and this not in any spirit of blind bigotry, but as the bold opponent of enormous abuses in the Roman Church, I honour his memory. I honour it none the less because he was nearly slain by a priest, suborned by priests to murder him at the altar, in acknowledgment of his endeavours to reform a false and hypocritical brotherhood of monks. Heaven shield all imitators of San Carlo Borromeo as it shielded him. A reforming pope would need a little shielding even now. The subterranean chapel in which the body of San Carlo Borromeo is preserved presents as striking and as ghastly a contrast, perhaps, as any place can show. The tapers which are lighted down there flash and gleam on alti relievi in gold and silver, delicately wrought by skilful hands and representing the principal events in the life of the saint. Jewels and precious metals shine and sparkle on every side. A windlass slowly removes the front of the altar, and within it, in a gorgeous shrine of gold and silver, is seen, through alabaster, the shriveled mummy of a man, the pontifical robes with which it is adorned, radiant with diamonds, emeralds, rubies, every costly and magnificent gem. The shrunken heap of poor earth in the midst of this great glitter is more pitiful than if it lay upon a dunghill. There is not a ray of imprisoned light in all the flash and fire of jewels, but seems to mock the dusty holes where eyes were once. Every thread of silk in the rich vestments seem only a provision from the worms that spin for the behoof of worms that propagate in the sepulchres. In the old refectory of the dilapidated convent of Santa Maria delle Grazie is the work of art, perhaps, better known than any other in the world, The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci, with a door cut through it by the intelligent Dominican friars to facilitate their operations at dinner time. I am not mechanically acquainted with the art of painting, and I have no other means of judging of a picture than as I see it resembling and refining upon nature, and presenting graceful combinations of forms and colours. I am, therefore, no authority whatever in reference to the touch of this or that master, though I know very well, as anybody may who choose to think about the matter, that few very great masters can possibly have painted in the compass of their lives one half of the pictures that bear their names, and that are recognized by many aspirants to a reputation for taste as undoubted originals. But this, by the way. Of The Last Supper, I would simply observe that in its beautiful composition and arrangement, there it is at Milan, a wonderful picture, and that in its original colouring, or in its original expression of any single face or feature, there it is not. Apart from the damage it has sustained from damp, decay, or neglect, it has been, as Barry shows, so retouched upon and repainted, and that so clumsily, that many of the heads are now positive deformities, with patches of paint and plaster sticking upon them like wens, and utterly distorting the expression. Where the original artist set that impress of his genius on a face which, almost in a line or touch, separated him from meaner painters and made him what he was, succeeding bunglers filling up or painting across seams and cracks have been quite unable to imitate his hand,